8th క్వశ్చన్ ఎట్లాను కస్టమ్స్ వచ్చు. 1 day I will take for total ITC. సో మరి 6th 8th గ్యారంటీగా రాస్తారు. సో వీఆర్ ట్రయింగ్ ఫర్ 7th క్వశ్చన్ రాయాలంటే ఓన్లీ వాల్యూ ఆఫ్ సప్లై, టైమ్ ఆఫ్ సప్లై, బట్ టైమ్ ఆఫ్ సప్లై కనెక్టెడ్ విత్ ఇన్వాయిస్. ఆ తర్వాత కంపోజిషన్ స్కీమ్, రిటర్న్స్, రిజిస్ట్రేషన్ ఇవి చెప్పగలిగితే చాలు. అంటే మీరు ఇక్కడ 3 అటెండ్ చేయొచ్చు. ఈవెన్ డీటీలో మీకు ఏదన్నా సమ్హౌ మాకు సిలబస్ ఎక్కువ అనే ఫీలింగ్ ఉన్న వాళ్ళు కనీసం దీంతోనా బయటకు వెళ్ళచ్చు. ఇక్కడ బయటకు వెళ్ళలేదు ఈ కర్మ. So welcome to the classes. Now value of supply. So before we going to start the chapter, we must know what is the purpose of value of supply. What is the purpose of value of supply, sir? On what amount the GST to be levied? On what amount the GST to be levied? Okay, now yes sir, he purchased a gift item, asked for a extra packing, an attractive packing. The item is 1000 rupees and attractive packing is 200. GST on 1000 or 200 or 1200. 1200. This is value of supply chapter. Now Prajwala purchases saree which worth 10,000 in a discount at a discount of 30%. Even the saree 10,000, they collected 7,000. They collected. Now GST on 7,000 or 10,000 set by value of supply. Set by value of supply. There are some terms and conditions. So what is the purpose of value of supply? On what amount the GST to be levied? What is the purpose of value of supply, sir? On what amount the GST to be levied? Sir, value of supply only one section, sir. That is section 15. That there are 5 subsections. 15.1, 15.2, 15.3. This is one link. 90% the chance of asking question in value of supply is 15.1, 2 and 3. This link. There in that there are 5 clauses A, B, C, D, E. This is one link, sir. 15.1, 15.2, 15.3. 15.1 transaction value. 15.2 additions or inclusions to transaction value. 15.3 exclusions to transaction value. For CA only 15.1, 2, 3 is there, but even for CMA they are asking mostly from 15.1 and through 1, 2, 3, but there is no compulsion. But somehow the paper is tough, they are going to ask from 15.4 and 15.5 also. Now 15.4. What is 15.4? Value not determined as per 15.1. As per 15.1. Sir, if 15.1 not applicable, what is applicable, sir? 15.4. There in the 15.4, first you read to see rule number 27, rule number 28, rule number 29, rule number 29, 27, 28, 29. If these 3 not applicable, then go for rule 30. If not applicable, then go for rule 31. There are 5 rules in 15.4, and along with that a special rule 31 capital, rule 31 capital, 31 capital C. This is specified actionable claims. What's a specified actionable claims? And there is an amendment in this rule number 31A. So this is 15.4. Now 15.5 government notified cases. Only one rule is there, that is rule number 32. There in that there are 7 sub rules. 32, 32.3, 32.4, 32.5, 32.6, 30 to 7. This has been already asked in the exam. All are unexpected, but they asked from it. Even you see in the returns, QRMP asked last time unexpectedly. Now, for 15, 4 and 15, rule 33, rule 34, rule 35. This is your syllabus, but mostly they are targeting 15, 1, 2, 3. That is only 20% of syllabus in the value of supply. So, rest of the students, they are leaving 80%, provided, yes, they are scolding ICI or ICMA, they are giving out of syllabus. We learned only 20%, provided we are scolding them. Bad luck, out of syllabus, not out of syllabus, not an out of syllabus. So, first I am going to start with 15, 1, 2 and 3. Listen. 15.1. So what is 15.1? Transaction value. What is 15.1, sir? Transaction value. So what is a transaction value when it is applicable? Transaction value means price paid or payable. Price paid or payable, yes, by the recipient. Price paid or payable by the recipient for the supply. Now he purchased a shoe from Puma. He paid 7,000. What is the price? 7,000. He paid 4,000 and he said, I will pay the balance tomorrow, provided the price is 7,000. Price paid or payable for the supply. When 15.1 is applicable, sir? When two conditions are fulfilled. When 15.1 applicable? When two conditions are fulfilled. So what are the two conditions? Supplier and recipient not related. Price is the sole consideration for supply. Supplier and recipient must be not related. Price is the sole consideration. Sole means single consideration. Now, for getting a classes, Guru Charan given 1,000 rupees plus a biryani packet. Sole consideration or not a sole consideration? Not a sole consideration. 1,000 rupees plus a biryani packet. Now Joshna given 2,000 plus 1 Tirumala laddu. Sole consideration or not a sole consideration? When 15.1 is applicable, when two conditions are fulfilled. What are the two conditions? Supplier and recipient not related. Price is the sole consideration. You know the related party definition. Officers, directors of one other business, legally recognized as partners, employer and employee, one controlling other party, both controlled by third party, together controlling the third party, sole distributor, sole agent, doing a family business, members of same family, holding shares more than 25%. These are the related parties, but not that much important. So when 15.1 applicable, sir? When two conditions are fulfilled. What are they? Supplier and recipient not related. Price is the sole consideration. Sir, if these conditions are not fulfilled, directly go for 15.4. Go for 15.4. If 15.1 not applicable, then 15.4 applicable. Okay. Now 15.2. 15.2, 15.3. 15.2, additions to transaction value. 15.2 is what, sir? Additions to transaction value. 15.3, exclusions to transaction value. As I already said, 15.1, 15.2, 15.3 is a one connection. Now 15.2, additions. There in that, there are 5 clauses along with the clause numbers important. So 5 clauses. A, taxes other than GST. Tax, duties, cess, anything other than GST added to the transaction value. Added to transaction value. Let me explain. Prajwala purchased a Durandar movie ticket, that is 200. Entertainment tax, that is 12%, 24 rupees. Now GST on 200 or 224? 224. Okay. Now Sujit purchased a Royal Enfield which worth 2 lakhs. The road tax is 5%, that is 10,000. Now GST on 2 lakh 10,000. Anything Anything. Last, what's your name? First. Surya. Surya, you taken my house on rent. Per month the rent is 30,000 and the municipal tax is 5,000. Municipal tax is 5,000. Now GST on 35,000. And recently CBIC given one clarification, sir. Sir, TDS, TCS, they are in the Income Tax Act and also in the GST, sir. In the income tax, it is a ocean, but I'll come to GST, small drop, a small topic. TDS, TCS. They given a clarity. TCS charged under Income Tax Act. You know when TCS is going to charge it? If any car or any machinery, anything purchased more than 10 lakhs, 1% TDS to be collected. Not TDS, TCS. 1% TCS. Sir, GST, CBIC given a clarity. TCS collected under Income Tax Act not to be added to the transaction value. Not to be added to. Even it is an Income Tax Act. They given a clarity. Why? Earlier there is an issue. Yes, TDS, TCS there in the Income Tax Act as well as in GST. Yes, some are been adding, some are not been adding. Now in order to avoid the confusion, CBIC given a clear guideline. TCS charged under Income Tax Act. TCS charged under not to be added to the transaction value. Very important. What is 15(2)(a)? Taxes other than GST. What's up? Taxes other than GST. Any tax, duties, fees other than GST to be added. Now B. Listen, sir. Any payment made by recipient. Any payment made by recipient to the third party. To the third party on behalf of supplier. Any payment made by the recipient to the third party on behalf of supplier added to transaction value. Listen, sir. Now, I purchase a TV from Tirumala Electronics. 10 lakhs TV including delivery charges. Who is the supplier? Tirumala Electronics. Who is the recipient? I am the recipient. What I purchase? TV 10 lakhs including the delivery charges. Now I given a direction, deliver at the time of Dashara. Deliver at the time of. Now, while a delivery boy, Guru Charan, brought the TV to me, insisted me to give 5,000. I said no for it. We already entered an agreement with the Tirumala Electronics, which include the delivery 10 lakh rupees. Why are asking 5,000? He said, only if you pay 5,000, I will give the TV delivery. If not, I will take it back again. Now I make a phone call to Tirumala Electronics. They said, sir, Dashara time, our delivery boys are busy, sir. So we arranged an outsider. He won't listen, sir. Do one thing. Yes, pay 5,000 to him. I will give 10,000 worth of sound box free to you, sir. I agreed. Generally for delivery charges, who required to pay? Supplier Tirumala Electronics. But who paid? Recipient Mithun. On behalf of whom? Supplier Tirumala Electronics. In the given case, generally money required to be paid by supplier. But who paid? Recipient. To whom? Third party. On behalf of whom? Supplier. Added to transaction value. Who paid to whom? Recipient paid to the third party on behalf of supplier. Who required to pay in reality? Who paid? To whom? On behalf of? Then 15 to be once again. Any payment made by recipient to the third party on behalf of supplier added to transaction value. Now C. Listen, sir. Incidental expenses. Whatever it may be. Transportation, packing, anything. Incidental expenses. Incidental expenses. And any payment made. And any payment made for anything done. For anything done before or at the time of supply, whatever it may be, sir. Now, Guru Charan purchased a gift item, 100 rupees. He asked for very attractive packing. I said 1,000 rupees is the packing. He said yes for it. That is his wish. He said yes for it. Now GST on. What is the transaction value here? 100 rupees. That incidental expenses is 1,000. Sir, anything, package, freight, whatever it may be. Now, yes, Sujit asked a cake. I said 1000 rupees. He asked, sir, throw on my face. I said 500 rupees extra. Whatever it may be, there is no restriction. Now GST on. He wants like that. He feel that is tasty. Even you want it. Then stay calm. Sujit purchased a cake. That is 1000 rupees. He asked throw on his face. I said another 500 rupees extra. Now GST on. Okay. Now, yes, he asked a plain dosa, 100 rupees. Then he said, yes, apply some paneer and egg. I said another 50 rupees. Now GST on. Now, plate meals is 100, full meals is 200. Okay. Sujit asked, feed with your fingers with your own hand. I said 100 rupees extra. Only if you take a mouthwash. Now GST on 400. Full meals is 300. And feeding with my hand is 100. Whatever it may be, there is no restriction at all. Even in the exam also they will ask differently. Now, yes, Likita purchased a meals, that is 200 rupees. She asked for a chemical test. She having a life threat. Yes, she asked for a chemical test before she wants to eat. They said 300 rupees extra for a chemical test. Now GST on 500. Transaction value is 200. Chemical test is 300 total. Sir, there is no restriction at all. Even payment charges, dharmada charges. Dharmada, I will explain. If you purchase anything from online, yes, they are yes, showing a photo. For homeless people, for poor person, donate 10 rupees. But I am kind-hearted, I donated. Yes, I purchased a shirt which is 3000. They asked dharmada charges for a poor person. I given 100 rupees. Now GST on 3100. Anything, sir, anything. Incidental expenses and any payment made for anything done before or at the time of supply. That is 15(2)(c). Once again, A. Taxes other than GST in an easy way. B. Any payment made by recipient to the third party on behalf of supplier. C. Incidental expenses and any payment made for anything done. Any payment made for anything done before the time of supply. Okay. He purchased an injection in a medical shop, 100 rupees. He asked to provide the injection. Yes. Then I said 50 rupees extra. Now GST on 150. Whatever it may be, sir. Now D. Sir, here apply more concentration. Interest, late fee, penalty. Interest, late fee, penalty. For what, sir? Delay in payment of consideration. Interest, late fee, penalty. For delay in payment of consideration added to transaction value. Sir, if you go for a bank, borrowed rupees 5 lakhs, they are going to charge interest on that, no GST, sir. On that, no GST. Yes, sir. If you taken a credit card, used the credit card for purchase something, you fails to make the payment within the due date, they will charge extra interest on that GST also to be levied. On that GST also to be levied. Okay. Examination fees, yes, sir. Without late fees, 2000. With late fees, 500 extra, 2500. Now GST on 2500. Transaction value is 2000 and late fee is 500. Yes, interest, late fee, penalty for delay in payment of consideration. But in terms of interest, there is a confusion, sir. Especially what? Interest. Normally, interest inclusive of GST. Interest inclusive of, yes, what we are finding? Value. On value, what to be levied? GST. If already GST included, we need to exclude. Now I'll explain. Credit card. Interest, they charged 5000. Listen, that interest rate 18%, that is 900. Total they collected 5900. If in the given problem they given interest for delay payment, interest for delay payment 5900 inclusive of 18%. Now how to consider, how to calculate the value, sir? 100 divided by 118 into 5900. that is 5,000. Always interest inclusive of GST. Always interest inclusive of GST. Yes, what is our chapter? Value of supply. While we adding the interest, we need to exclude the GST. Why? On the value, again what we are going to levy? GST. If we not exclude the same, which leads to double taxation. Which leads to double tax. Only interest, sir. Only interest. Not for late fee and penalty. Not for. And keep in mind, if interest levied, okay. Now, Joshna borrowed rupees 1 lakh from me. Now, I said if you pay within 1 month, interest not required. Go. Interest not required. Yes, beyond 1 month, interest 50,000 for 1 lakh. It is business. For 1 lakh interest rate is 50,000. She cried before me. Sir, you charged 50,000. Okay, leave. Interest not required. It to be added or not to be added? Not to be added. Interest levied by supplier, later waive off by the supplier, later not to be added to the transaction value. So 15 to D. Again 15 to A, taxes other than GST. B, any payment made by recipient to the third party on behalf of supplier. C, incidental expenses and any payment made for anything done before the time of supply. D, interest, late fee, penalty for delay in payment of consideration. E, subsidies directly linked to the price other than government subsidies. Subsidies directly linked to the price. Sir, keep in mind, directly linked to the price other than government subsidies. Okay. Usually tractor value 20 lakhs. Telangana CM Revant Reddy asked the Mahindra company to give 5 lakhs subsidy. How much, sir? Now, farmer is required to pay how much? Farmer required to pay 15 lakhs. Government required to pay 5 lakhs. Now, GST only on 15 lakhs. Why? It is a government. What I said? Subsidy directly linked to the price. Subsidy directly linked to the price other than government subsidy. Okay, I am from farmer community. I know the problems faced by farmers. Urea bag 3,000 rupees. Urea bag 3,000 rupees. I said to the fertilizing company to give it for 1,800. To give it for 1,800. Now what is the subsidy, sir? 1,200 in which I am paying. In which I am paying. Now GST, even they are paying 1,800. They need to pay GST on 3,000. Now once again, 500 rupees. I know the problems faced by CA and CMA students in SR Nagar. Even I wrote many attempts. I know their pain. Now I directly go to Himalaya bookstore. Ask the price of the calculator. They said 300. They said 500. I asked them to give it for 300. What is the subsidy, sir? Who given the subsidy? Other than government. I am not a government. Now, in the question, in what way they are asking? The price of calculator. The price of calculator is 300 after considering subsidy 200. Always subsidy to be deducted, sir, need to be added. Some feeling that after considering means already added. No. Subsidy always to be deducted, which needs to be added. Subsidy directly linked to the price. Usually calculator is how much, sir? 500. I asked the universal bookstore to get for 300. Now students required to pay how much? Students 300. I required to pay 200. But students required to pay GST on 500. Transaction value is 300. Add subsidy 200. So GST on 500. Even they pay 300 rupees for a price, they need to pay GST for 500. Okay. Now we are conducting EO classes nicely. One of the big business person come to Shikhara. He feels satisfied and he given 10 lakhs to Bhaskar sir. The Shikhara management 10 lakhs to Bhaskar sir and they said Yes, provide. Yes, do some help to the poor students. To be added or not to be added? To be added or not to be added? Not to be added. It's not directly linked to the price. No. A business person who comes to Shikhara, yes, he saw the class conducting and all. He feels satisfied about the coaching. He given 10 lakhs to Bhaskar sir. Said only one thing, help to the poor students. To be added or not to be added? Not to be added. If the same business person asked, what is the fees for cmainter? We said it is 80,000. We said it is. Then he said, give it for 50,000. I will give 30,000 for each student. Then it to be added. It to be linked, sir. That is the reason I am saying subsidy directly linked to the price other than government subsidy. If government subsidy not to be added, other than government subsidy to be added, and always subsidy has been deducted. We need to add it back, and subsidy to be linked to the price. We cover the 5 clauses. Once again, 15.1. What is 15.1? Transaction value. When it is applicable, when 2 conditions are fulfilled. What are they? Supplier and recipient not related. Price is the sole consideration for supply. 15.2. Additions to transaction value. How many additions are there? 5. Yes, 15.2a. Taxes other than GST. B. Any payment made by recipient to the third party on behalf of supplier. C. Incidental expenses. Any payment, anything sir, any payment made for anything done before the time of supply. D. Interest, late fee, penalty for delay in payment of consideration. E. Subsidies directly linked to the price other than government subsidies. Now 15.3. Exclusions to the transaction value. What's a exclusions to transaction value? There in that there are 2 clauses, 15.3a, 15.3b. Both what to be excluded? Discount. What to be excluded, sir? Discount. Now listen. A. Before or at the time of supply. After the supply. So, before at the time of supply, discount to be excluded after fulfilling these conditions. What is the condition? Entered in the invoice. Entered in the invoice. Okay, now Akshaya purchased a mobile phone, sir. Akshaya purchased a mobile phone which worth 20,000. How much? 20,000. They given 20% discount. Akshaya purchased a mobile phone. 20% discount. Now it is how much, sir? 16,000. Sir, GST to be collected on 16,000 when? If they show price 20,000, discount 4,000, value 16,000. In spite of giving like that, they give an invoice 20,000. They give an invoice. They collected only 16,000. Now GST on 20,000, sir. If they given a discount, that must be shown in the invoice. This is the invoice. If they show the price is 20,000, discount 20%, yes, the value 16,000. Now we are going to collect GST on 16. In spite of giving like that, they collected 16 and they collected 16. They give an invoice for 20 GST on. That's it, sir. So before at the time of supply, discount to be excluded if entered in the invoice. Now after the supply or post supply, some call it as post supply. After the supply or post supply. To exclude it, 3 conditions to be fulfilled. Listen. Entered in the invoice. entered in the agreement, proportionate ITC to be reversed. Three conditions to be fulfilled, sir. Entered in the invoice, entered in the agreement, proportionate ITC to be reversed. Let me explain with a beautiful example, sir. Here many students having a confusion. For final it is already asked regarding this point. In inter yet not asked. Maybe there is a chance. Apply your full brains. What's your name, hero? You. Shiva. Okay. Now listen carefully. Mithun sold car to Shiva. Mithun sold car to Shiva for rupees 20 lakhs on credit. The credit is for 6 months. The credit is for 6 months. If nothing mentioned, is it is a forward charge or reverse charge? Forward charge. Yes or no? Now, even I given car on credit, I need to pay GST. So in forward charge, tax pay by supplier by collecting the same from recipient. The tax rate is 5%, that is 1 lakh. Can I collect the same from Shiva now? No. Why? I only given credit for 6 months. But I need to pay GST. Why? Supply has been taken place. Now Mithun paid 1 lakh to the government. 1 lakh to government. Shiva purchased the car for running for cabs. To be used for cabs. Now Shiva claimed ITC 1 lakh. Shiva claimed ITC. I paid 1 lakh tax. Yes, by month ending, Shiva claimed 1 lakh ITC. Yes or no? I sold my car to Shiva for 20 lakh, 6 months credit. I paid 1 lakh tax to the government. On the month ending, Shiva claimed 1 lakh ITC. Now Shiva, at the time of purchasing only, he asked, sir, 20 lakhs is high amount, sir. Then I said, do one thing. If you pay the total money within 2 months, if you pay total money within, pay 18 lakhs enough. Pay 18 lakhs. At the time of starting itself, I said, car is 20 lakhs. If yes, sir, tax is 1 lakh. If you pay within 2 months, now the car is 18 lakhs. He used the opportunity and he paid the money. Yes, 18 lakhs within 2 months. Within 2 months. On the 18 lakhs, what is the GST? 5%, 90,000. Total, how much he required to pay? 18 lakh 90,000. So he paid tax how much, sir? 90. But he claimed ITC how much, sir? Yes, extra how much ITC claimed? 10,000. Then Shiva required to return the proportionate ITC to government. Now government to supplier. Then only GST on 18 lakhs. Post supply discount. What's a post supply discount? Yes, to consider 3 conditions to be fulfilled. Entered in the invoice. New invoice I need to give in for 18 lakhs 90,000. And it should be mentioned in the agreement. As I already said, if you pay the money within 2 months, the car is 18 lakhs in spite of 20 lakhs. Now proportionate ITC to be reversed. Earlier he claimed ITC of 1 lakh. Yes, but he paid tax only 90,000. What is the extra ITC claimed? 10,000. He need to return the same to the government and government should pass on the same to me. This is value of supply first link. 15, 2, 3. 90% chance from this only. We are going to solve various problems now from CA, CMA, CS, variety of books. I am going to solve minimum 7-8 problems. After that we will go for 15.4 and 15.5. I said 15.4, 15.5 chances is low. But if they asked 99%, many students unable to write. Shall I? We taken problems from various books, not only CA, CMA, CS, variety books. Now Try to solve the questions first. Make it fast. And while solving a problem, sir, a caution, sir. Read the question for 2 times. Until full point completed, don't try to give the answer. Why some problems from CA, it is too tricky. Until you read the full point and after reading 2 times, then only you are then only you are allowed to write the answer. Now listen. Kohli Limited, a registered supplier, supplied machinery to Giza Limited. It's a CA question, exam question. A supplier registered in the same state. It provides the following particulars regarding the same. Price of the machinery. What is the price of the machinery? 15,1. Transaction value, I said. Price paid and payable by the recipient for the supply. 2 conditions to fulfill. Anyway, supplier recipient not related, price is sole consideration. But price paid or payable by the recipient to the supplier on a supply is a transaction value. What is the 15,1? 5,50,000. Next. Part fitted in the machinery at the premises of Giza Limited. Listen, at the premises of Giza. First, who is the supplier? Kohli. Who is the recipient? Giza. Amount paid by Giza directly to the supplier. But it was a Kohli Limited liability to pay the money. So generally Kohli is the supplier, Giza is the recipient. Kohli taken some services from another supplier. Now who paid? Giza paid on behalf of Kohli. And the amount is not recorded in the invoice by Kohli Limited. What is the yes clause? 15(2)(b). What it is? Any payment made by recipient to the third party on behalf of supplier. Who paid? Recipient Giza paid. Yes, to whom? Third party on behalf of Kohli. Added to the transaction value. Yes, it is to be added. Installation and testing charges. 15(2)(c). What is 15(2)(c)? Incidental expenses. Any payment made for anything done. 15(2)(c). Yes, to be added. Discount. Sir, keep in mind, if nothing mentioned, discount means before or at the time of supply. Before the time of? What is the subsection? 15(3)(a). Discount to be excluded when it is recorded in the invoice. Yes, they recorded in the invoice. Discount always on the list price, sir. 5,50,000 into I think 11,000. Yes or no? Next. Kohli Limited provide additional discount. What is an additional discount? Post supply discount or after the supply discount? Yes, at the year end, based on the additional purchase of other machinery for which adjustment made at the end of financial year without changing the individual transactions. Post supply discount to be excluded when 3 conditions fulfilled. What are the 3 conditions? Entered in the invoice, entered in the agreement, proportionate ITC to be reversed. Conditions not matched, leave it. Now determine the value of supply, sir. 5,50,000, 5,70,000, 5,95,000, yes, minus 11, 5,84,000. That's it, sir. 5 marks. Sir, and it is suggested to write the subsections clauses also. Subsections clauses also. Once again, tell me. 15(2)(a). Taxes other than GST. B. Any payment made by recipient to the third party on behalf of supplier. C. Incidental expenses and any payment made for anything done before the time of supply. D. Interest, late fee, penalty for delay in payment of consideration. E. Subsidies directly linked to the price other than government subsidies. 15(3). Exclusions to transaction value. A. Before the time of supply. What is the condition? Entered in the invoice. B. After the supply. How many conditions? 3. Entered in the invoice. Entered in the agreement. Proportionate IDC to be reversed. Good. Now, question number 7. This is also CA question. Sri Krishna Private Limited, a registered supplier. Sri Krishna Private Limited, a registered supplier, furnishes the following information regarding to goods sold by Balram Limited. Supplier is Sri Krishna, recipient is Balram. Now the question, as I already said, until full point to be completed, don't try to give the answer. If you give the answer, it may be incorrect. There is a chance. Price of the goods, 1 lakh. Price means, as you know, that is 15,1. Okay, municipal tax. Tell me what is municipal tax? 15,2A. Taxes other than GST. Taxes other than to be added. Inspection charges. What is inspection charges? 15,2C. What is 15,2C? Incidental expenses and any payment made for anything done. Yes. Now, subsidy received from Sri Ram Trust, that is directly linked to the price. Added or not to be added? What is the subsection? 15,2E, sir. Now, late fee, don't give the answer until I said full point to be completed. Late fee for delay payment inclusive of GST. Late fees for delay payment inclusive of GST. Sri Balram Private Limited paid the late fees, but these charges ultimately waived by Sri Krishna. Sri Krishna said, you are like my brother. How can I collect money from you? Yes, I don't want that money. Who waived it? Sri Krishna's supplier. Now tell me. Not to be added. Section is 15,2D, but not applicable. But not? Yes. Now, payment charges. Listen. Generally, payment charges is 15,2C, but read the provision. The charges were paid by Balram to Radhe Private Limited on behalf of Sri Krishna. Out. Many believe that 15,2C. If they're not given that 15,2C, on reading that provision, then what it is? 15,2B. Very good, sir. These type of questions to be asked in CA. Mostly CA to CMA, CMA to CA. Questions to be swapped. In CMA, one big question is there. They asked for CA 10 marks. We are going to solve that problem also. Now tell me the answer in fast. 1,17,000, 1,67,000. Yes. And 1,69,000, I think. That's it. Out of task. Play with the subject. Don't let the subject to play with you. Now, Mazda Banners. An advertising firm gives a customer interest-free credit of 30 days. Interest-free credit of 30 days. Joshna, I take an example on you regarding this. Mazda Banners, an advertising firm, gives to its customers an interest-free credit of 30 days for payment. Its customer ABC paid after 32 days. Interest-free credit is 30 days, but they paid after 32 days, but ultimately waived by Mazda Banners. Added or not to be added? What is the section? 15,2D, not applicable. Now, Lalita, regarding you, AKJ Foods Private Limited gets an order for processed food from a customer. Processed food from a customer. The customer wants the consignment tested for chemical residues. Tested for chemical residues. AKJ Foods does the testing before the supply, but AKJ Foods argues that the testing would not form part of a supply consideration. It to be added or not to be added? What is the section? 15,2C. Incidental expenses and any payment made for anything done before at the time of supply. Then next, use your brains. As I said, if interest given inclusive of GST, it to be excluded. If not excluded, leads to double taxation. Now see, Samriddhi advertisers conceptualized and designed an advertisement campaign. Samriddhi advertisers conceptualized and designed the advertisement campaign for new product launched by New Moon Private Limited. The consideration is 5 lakhs. Samruddhi is the supplier, New Moon is the recipient. Advertisement services, the consideration is 5 lakhs. What is that 5 lakhs? 15,1 transaction value. Samruddhi advertisers owed to one of its vendors. The vendor is a supplier. Whose supplier? Samruddhi supplier. Here, who are the supplier and recipient? Samruddhi, New Moon. Samruddhi is the supplier, New Moon is the recipient. Samruddhi vendor is a supplier of Samruddhi vendor is a supplier of Samruddhi. Yes, required to pay how much? 20,000. 20,000. Such liability of Samruddhi were discharged, which means paid by New Moon. Who required to pay 20,000? Who paid? New Moon. On behalf of whom? Now what is that? 15(2)(b). What is 15(2)(b)? Any payment made by the recipient to the third party on behalf of supplier. Next. New Moon delayed the payment of consideration and paid 15,000 as interest. That interest GST 18%. Now what we required to do? First 15(1) 5 lakhs, 15(2)(b) 20,000, then 15,000 into 100 divided by 118. Why? Because on the total amount again we are going to levy GST. On the total amount again we are going to levy. If interest inclusive of GST need to be excluded. Only interest, sir, not the late fee penalty. Yes, sir. For better understanding, I take an example of credit card. If you fails to pay within that time bound, then credit card is going to charge interest plus GST. Any doubts? Now come to CMA questions. CMA questions. 3 questions from your CMA book directly. Second question, very important, asked for CA examination 10 marks. As I already said, it to be swapped from CMA to CA, CA to CMA. Okay, listen. RG Private Limited provides the following particulars regarding to goods sold by GK Private Limited. RG is a supplier, GK is a recipient. List price. List price. What it mean? 15(1). Tax levied by municipal authorities. 15(2). 15(2)(a). What is 15(2)(a)? Taxes other than GST. Okay. CGST, SGST not to be added is a GST, sir. 15(2)(a) but not applicable. Packing charges. 15(2)(c). Incidental expenses and any payment made for anything done before the time of supply. RG Private Limited received 40,000 as subsidy from NGO. How much, sir? NGO means non-government organization. Yes, the price of 10 lakhs after considering subsidy. They are making mistake. They feel that after considering it to be added, already added. No. Subsidy always to be deducted. I explained the calculator 500. I given a subsidy 200. I asked the bookseller to give it for 300. In what way they will mention the price of the calculator 300 after considering subsidy 200, which means after deduction you need to add it back. What is the section? 15(2)(e), sir. Now RG Limited offer 2% discount on the list price which was recorded in the invoice. Sir, as I said, discounts are 2 types. If nothing mentioned, what discounts are? 15(2)(a) before the time. What is the condition? Entered in the invoice. Yes, they entered in the invoice. Now tell me, yes, 40,000 plus minus 1 lakh into 10 lakhs into 2%. That is 20,000. Tell me what is the answer in fast. 11 lakh plus 20,000, 11 lakh 40,000. That's it. Now see the question number 2 with a perfection, sir. This is a very good question. Yes, given in the CMA book, but asked for a CA examination. They taken these questions specifically. You can understand the level of the question. But these type of questions yet not asked in the CMA, they given in your book. I taken from your book only. Okay, see this question. Following are the particulars. Listen. Following are the particulars relating to one of the missions sold by S Limited to A Limited. Tell me who is the supplier, who is the recipient. S Limited is the supplier, A Limited is the recipient. in the month of February 25, in the month of February 25, a list price of 8,50,000. List price of how much? 8,50,000. Further, the following additional amounts charged by A Limited. Okay, now municipal taxes. Tell me what is the section? 15(2)(a). Outward freight charges. Freight means transportation. 15(2)(c). Both divided. Now see the additional information, sir. Very, very important. S Limited normally gives a interest-free credit. S Limited, supplier usually gives what, sir? Interest-free credit of 30 days for payment. After that, it charges interest at the rate 1% per month. 1% per month or part thereof on the list price. Generally, supplier given an interest-free credit for 30 days. If they fails to pay, they are going to charge 1% interest. 1% interest per month on expiry of 30 days. Now, A Limited paid the supply after 45 days. Who paid? Recipient paid after 45 days, but supplier waived the interest. Added or not to be added? 15(2)(d), but not applicable. But not. You need to mention it, sir, in an answer. You need to mention it. Why not to be added? It has been waived by the supplier. Next one. S Limited. S Limited received a subsidy from a non-government organization on sale of such mission. The subsidy was not linked to the price. That is the reason while explaining it clearly states added or not to be added. Many feel that subsidy NGO add. What I said 15(2)(e), subsidies directly linked to the price other than government subsidies. To be added or not to be added? What it is? 15(2)(e), not applicable. Next, A Limited deducted a discount of 15,000 at the time of final payment, as which was not as per agreement. Post supply discount. 3 conditions to fulfill. Enter in the invoice, enter in the agreement, proportionate ITC to be reversed. Not applicable. S Limited collected 8,500 as TCS. 8,500 as TCS under the provisions of Income Tax Act. Added or not to be added? Clearly I stated CBIC recently given a circular with a clear indication. TCS as per Income Tax Act not to be added. 15(2)(a) but not applicable. So all tough concepts have been taken into one problem. CA taken this problem and asked in the examination. Many are feeling that this is a CA problem. No, it is a CMA problem. They taken it. Yes, compute the value of taxable supply. Now 8,50,000 plus 55 plus 75. How much? 9 lakh. That's it. 1 hour. Not even 1 hour completed. We covered except one problem. Even we are going to cover these total all problems from your material and various book tough questions. 90% chance of from 15(1), 2, 3. 10% chance only for 15(4). 20% or 10% chance. 15(4), 15(5). But if they asked 99% out. Mostly out. Now, question number 3. Y Limited, yes, Mumbai, a registered supplier, is manufacturing chocolates and biscuits. It provides the following details of taxable interstate supply made by it for the month of October 24. Now listen, sir. List price. What is the list price? 15(1) transaction value. Items already adjusted in the list price. Subsidy received from central government. Not to be added. Why? What is the section? Subsidy received from trade association. Trades are added. 15(2)(e). Subsidies directly linked to the price other than government subsidies. Tax levied by municipal authority. What is the section? A. Taxes other than GST. Packing charges. 15 to C. Incidental expenses and any payment made for anything done before the time of supply. Late fee paid by the recipient for supply for delay payment. It's not been waived. What is the section? Added. Now tell me what is the answer in fast. 12 lakh 40 plus 50 plus 50. I think 13 lakhs 40. End of task. And a fast revision, listen. 15.1, 15.2, 15.3. One link. 15.1, transaction value. 15.2, additions to transaction value. 15.3, exclusions to the transaction value. 15.1, transaction value, price paid or payable by the recipient is for the supply. When it is applicable, when two conditions are fulfilled, supplier and recipient not related, price is the sole consideration. 15.2, additions to the transaction value. Therein that there are 5 clauses. 5 clauses. A. Taxes other than GST. B. Any payment made by recipient to the third party on behalf of supplier. C. Incidental expenses and any payment made for anything done before the time of supply. D. Interest, late fee, penalty for delay in payment of consideration. E. Subsidies directly linked to the price other than government subsidies. Special points. TCS under Income Tax Act not to be added. Interest for delay payment inclusive of GST we need to exclude. 15.3, exclusions to transaction value. There in that two clauses. A, B. A, before the time of supply. S, to exclude what conditions to fulfill? 1, entered in the invoice. After the supply, 3 conditions to fulfill to exclude the discount. Enter in the invoice, enter in the agreement, proportionate ITC to be reversed. Full clarity, sir? Then 15.4. Wait a while. Sir, apply more concentration for this. Why? Because mostly all are being taken it as choice. Even some institutions also taken it as a choice. You can try for all these 3 questions, even with a selected topics. You can try all these 3 questions, 6th, 7th, 8th. Out of the 9 MCQs, yes, you are capable to write 7. Think how many marks you are going to get with GST. 7, 14, 6th question. Anyways, every person is going to get, yes, 12 out of 14. A print there, 8 questions are there. Now, already you know valuation, even anti-dumping duty, safeguard duty also. If you, yes, if you apply more brain for ITC, that's end of task. 6th completed, 8th completed. Composition, registration, returns, time of supply, value of supply. 7th also completed. 10, 10, yes, 12, 32, yes, plus 14, 46. Even you can get 10 to 20 in income tax, you will get exemption. Those who are not being well versed with income tax, yes, apply more brain to IDT. Why? Because the syllabus is less. Yes, concentration levels. If you apply concentration, then it is okay. 16 nothing, sir. Even in the law also I said. In GST also 16 nothing. Even you have enough time from now. Yes, some persons carelessly not at all concentrating. Even in this class also. Use your brains. Yes, think it twice. You are going to qualify in this attempt. Next attempt we are going to meet in the final class. Okay, 15.4. So what is 15.4? When 15.1 not applicable, 15.4 applicable, sir. When 15.4 applicable? When 15.1 not applicable, then 15.4 applicable. So when 15.4 applicable? When supplier and recipient are related, or when price is not a sole consideration. If 15.1 not applicable, 15.4 applicable. Then see sir, first 27, 28, 29. We need to see if 15.1 not applicable, what is applicable? 15.1 not applicable, what is applicable? Then you need to see what? Rule 27, Rule 28, Rule 29 starting. Rule 27 in an easy way. Money not a sole consideration. Money not a sole consideration. 28. Supply between related parties or distinct persons. 29. Supply of only goods, sir. In 27, 28, both goods and services. In 29, supply of goods through agent. Through agent. Very easy, sir. Listen. First, money not a sole consideration. Take clause A. Clause A. Open market value. Open market value. If A not applicable, then B. When if A not applicable, then only go for B. What is B? Money plus fair market value of consideration. Money plus fair market value of consideration. If B also not applicable, then C. Like, kind and quality. What's a like, kind and quality? First, open market value. If not applicable, money plus fair market value of consideration. If not applicable, like, kind and quality. Okay. Now, yes, see the example. Me and Sujit, we are a partners in cotton business. We are a partners in cotton business. Along with the cotton business, I am having a electrical shop. I'm having a electronic shop. He comes to me to purchase the air conditioner. Usually in a market, I used to sell the air conditioner for 50,000. For my cotton business partner, I used to sell for 50 or a low price. Partner, for what price you want to get the AC? Hey, you are such an idiotic person. Are reasonable required na? Okay, 28,000. 10,000. Now, generally, I used to sell the AC for others 50,000. My partner asked, we are a partners in other business. My partner asked for 28. I agreed due to our relation. Now, government entered in the picture. Due to your relation, is the government required to lose the revenue? Now, pay is consider the value as open market value. In the market, you are selling to others for how much? Even you given the AC for 28,000, tax is on 50,000. Okay. If open market value not available, then listen. Money plus fair market value of consideration. Listen, sir. Money not a sole consideration. Wait, sir, usually AC, listen, 50,000. But he given old AC plus 28,000. Old AC plus 28,000. What is the consideration to get the AC, sir? Old AC plus 28,000, which means sole consideration or not a sole consideration. Now, first we need to see open market value. If available in the market, I am selling the AC for 50. Take it 50,000. If open market value not available, then money plus fair market value of consideration. Hero, I forgot the name. Tell me once again. Shiva, which mobile phone you are using? Vivo. Yes. What is the money? What is the price? I'm asking once again, what is the price? Really? Okay, if you sell in the market now, how much you are going to get? How many years completed from your purchase? 1.5 year, which means you are going to get around 12,000. That is a fair market value, sir. You're not required to sell. If you sell in the market, how much you are going to get is the fair market value. Now, money is 28,000. Fair market value for old ACE. If I sell, I'm going to get 4,000. Now, what is the value? 32,000. When you required to come to B, if open market value not available, until A available, don't come to B. If A not available, then B. Money plus fair market value. If this is also not applicable, if this is also not available, then like, kind and quality. Okay, who I am? TA, a professor. Hey, me only, man. Totally. Yes, CA and a professor. I am getting a earning of around 3 lakhs per a month. Now, Guru Charan started. LKG teacher is getting only 20,000. Are you idiot? Compare one CA remuneration with another CA. Like, kind and quality. Okay, Shikhara institution fees is 1 lakh. Laksha institution fees is compare with Shikhara. Yes, one CA coaching center or one CMA coaching center compare with another CMA coaching center. Okay, there is a 5-star hotel, ITC Kohinoor. Another 5-star hotel, Westin. Yes, a small roadside vendor. You know your famous auntie, Kumari auntie. 2 livers, 1,000 rupees. You know that. Now, I consumed food from ITC Kohinoor. The biryani 2,000. Now, Guru Charan said, Kumari auntie selling it for 120. Idiot. Where I consumed? 5-star hotel. One 5-star hotel food to be compared with another 5-star hotel. Yes, can I conduct fighting between you both? No. Yes, same level to be matched. Yes, a roadside cricket player skills can be compared with Rohit Sharma? No. Yes, yesterday you seen Hitman. What happened? Sir, like, kind and quality. Okay. Prajwala purchased a beautiful dress from Sabyasachi, 10 lakhs. Now, Josna started. Amirpet, yes, 2 clothes, 200 rupees. How can you compare Sabyasachi dress with Amirpet price? A like, kind and quality to be required or not? Yes. This is rule number 27. What's rule number 27? Money not a sole consideration. First see 15.1. If 15.1 not applicable, 15.4. There in the 15.4 you need to check 27, 28, 29. What is 27? Money not a sole consideration. Yes, then first we require to take open market value. If not available, money plus fair market value of consideration. If not available, like, kind and quality. So keep in mind, until A available, don't go for B. Until B available, don't go for C. Now, supply between related parties and distinct persons. Supply between related parties, we already covered. Distinct persons with same PAN, different registrations taken, we call it as a distinct persons. Now, A, open market value. If A not available, B, like, kind and quality. Like, kind and quality. Like, kind and quality. Related parties, distinct persons. Related parties, distinct persons. Okay. Now listen. Yes, Likita, my sister. I am totally dependent on her. Only while she is sending a pocket money, I am surviving. So, we both are related or not? Yes, one controlled by other. My sister controlling me. Stand? Yeah, okay, stand. Sit? Yeah, okay, sit. If not, she is going to cut the pocket money. We are related parties. Now, later, I started a profession being a faculty. She comes to me. GST coaching, I said 10,000. She started 2,000. 2,000. Yes, you are totally dependent on me. I am sending a money. I am sending a food. Like that. We both are related or not? Now, what we require to charge? Open market value. For other students, I am charging 10,000, which means for you also 10,000. Even I charge 2,000, government is going to collect 10,000 tax from me. Based on your relation, why government is required to lose the money? Next, like, kind and quality. I not said the money. You are my sister. How can I collect a money from you? Yes, my heart will feel like that. I said a story. Now, if open market value also not available, then compare with other institution fees. That Laksha institution fees 8,000. Now, what is the fees for 8,000? Like, kind and quality. The CMS fees is 8,000. What is the fees? That's it. If open market value not available, then like, kind and quality. Now the main topic starts. Proviso. Proviso. What is a proviso, sir? General matters to be separated from special matter. Special matter to be separated from general matter and provide specially. If it is any important, that to be showed specifically. Now, I invited him to my house. Yes, I provided a variety of dishes. In that, chicken special biryani. Why I highlighted? That is special, ra. All are veg. That chicken special biryani is a special. I need to say, hey, eat it. Special biryani. Why only leg piece? So this is the proviso. Special matters to be separated from general matters and to be provided specially. The proviso 1, very, very, very important. When it is applicable, when further supply made by the recipient. When further supply made by the recipient. Now the example, Sujit, me, related parties. I taken one example. The air conditioner for others is 50,000. Sujit taken only 10,000 from me as he asked. Idiotic person, na? I agree. We both are partners in a cotton business. You know, Indians, how close in the cotton business? Yes or no, sir? Yeah. Yes, I am selling air conditioner for others 50,000. But yes, my related party asked 10,000. I agreed for it. I agreed for it. Now, Sujit not purchased for himself, sir. Sujit not purchased for himself. He purchased to sell to others. Before my shop, yes, he placed the AC. Now, if any person coming to my shop, if you go to the shop, 50,000, come to me, 30,000. Go to the shop, 50,000, come to me, 30,000. Why he purchased the AC? For further supply. This provision applicable when recipient purchase taken for further supply. Sir, if there is no further supply, then not applicable, sir. I said, Guru Charan, if you marry, come to my house for lunch. Sir, if no girl marry, don't come. End of show. Don't come. When it is applicable, where goods intended for further supply by recipient. And goods intended for further supply by recipient. Okay. Sujit purchased from me 10,000. Sujit sold to some other, Irfan. Sujit sold to Irfan. Is there any link between Sujit and Irfan? No relation. Now, yes, Sujit sold it for 30,000. Sujit sold it for 30,000. Now, what is my price? 90% of price charged by the recipient, my recipient, to his customer who is unrelated. Now, even I given to Sujit for 10,000. If Sujit purchased for further supply, my value is 30,000 into 90%, that is 27,000. That is how much? When it is applicable, sir, where goods intended for further supply. If you not purchased for further supply, then it is not applicable directly. Open market value is applicable, na? When it is applicable? When it is applicable? When recipient purchased for further supply. 90% of price is charged by the recipient to his customer who is unrelated. Next, for claiming ITC, invoice value considered open market value. Only for considering ITC, it is not useful here. Now, recent amendment, last attempt amendment, corporate guarantee. What's a corporate guarantee provided to bank financial institution on behalf of recipient who is a related person. Okay. Yes, me, Prajwala are a partners in a restaurant, Nalabimas. Or we are a partners in, yes, a restaurant. Now, yes, she started on her own. Yes, she started on her own a CMA practice. She started on her own CMA practice, needed some money. She have no properties. I'm having full properties. You have no properties. I'm having a properties. She go to the bank and asked rupees 1 crore. How much? Bank asked security corporate guarantee required. You not having a property. Then she simply comes to me, sir. Okay, you are God like me, God. Okay, yes, give me the guarantee of 1 crore. I said, what for me? What for me? He said, take 50,000. Take 50,000. In case of corporate guarantee given to the recipient who is related, then 1% of guarantee offered. What is guarantee given? 1 crore. 1 crore into 1%. 1 lakh or actual consideration. What is the actual consideration I taken? Whichever is higher. That is the value. So that is the value. Okay. Now for Sujit, I given a corporate guarantee of 5 crores. For how much? 5 crores. Yes, I received a consideration of 7.5 lakhs. I received a consideration of 7.5 lakhs. Now what is the value? 7.5 lakhs or 5 crore into 1%. 5 lakhs. Whichever is higher, sir. Now what is the value? That's it. Corporate guarantee given to the recipient who is related. Actual consideration 1% of corporate guarantee, whichever is higher. Now section, yes, rule 29. Rule 29. Listen, sir. In 27, in 28, either goods or services. Either goods or services. But in 29, only goods, sir. Supply of goods through a agent. Supply of goods through a. Tell me one thing. Whoever the person it may be, they want to pay yes, high tax or low tax. Okay. They given an option directly. Sir, in 27, 28, A, if A not applicable, B, if B not applicable, C, like that. But in 29, either A or B. Either A at the option of supplier. At the option of supplier. Listen, sir. Open market value or 90%. Open market value or 90% price charged. Yes, by the agent to his customer. Sir, all is going to take what, sir? 90%. If value is low, automatically tax is low, sir. Now, rule number 30, very, very, very important. They given a topic, but there is no problem in your material. For CMA, for final, mostly this is asking. Why? Because linked with costing. Rule number 30. Sir, when rule number 30, if 27, 28, 29 not applicable. If 27, 28, 29 not applicable, then what is applicable? 30 applicable. When 30 applicable? 27, 28, 29 not applicable. Then what is applicable, sir? 30 applicable. Sir, 30. Valuation based on cost. Valuation based on cost. You know, in the GST, the business persons are of 3 types: manufacturer, trader, service provider. Who, sir? Manufacturer, trader, service provider. 110% of cost of production or manufacture. For whom? Manufacturer. 100 plus 10%. Cost plus 10% or cost into 110%. Your wish. 100 plus 10%. 110. 100 into 110%. 110. You can take whatever it may be. First calculate the cost. Then add 10%. 110% of cost of production or manufacture. 110% of cost of, yes, the provision of services for service provider. 110% of cost of acquisition of goods for trader. Listen, sir. When rule number 30 applicable, if value cannot be determined as per 27, 28, 29, then 30 applicable. Yes, what is 30? Valuation based on cost. 110% of cost of production or manufacture. 110% of cost of acquisition of goods, 110% of cost of provision of service, cost of production or manufacture for manufacturer, acquisition of goods for trader, provision of service for a service provider. If rule 30 not applicable, then 31. If rule 30 not applicable, then sir, that is a best judgment. That is what, sir? Best judgment, reasonable means. When 31 applicable, if 27, 28, 29, 30, not, yes, 30 also not applicable, then 31 applicable. What is 31? Best judgment or residual method, reasonable means. So, I'll show one problem in rule 30, which is not there in any book. I taken from final, but even for last before attempt, that question not there in the book. They taken from final. You know cost sheet? What is cost of production? What to be included? Direct material, direct labor, indirect materials, production overheads, administrative overheads regarding to production capacity, selling distribution not to be included, sir. Sir, quality control. If you purchase any new calculator or a new model mobile phone or a TV, QC, quality control, it is a part of production cost. It's a part of, yes, scrap realized, production cost increased or decreased? Decreased. Now we'll solve the problem. What it is? Rule 30. I'll show two problems. One is rule 30 and other one is the balance. Yeah, see. Raj and Co. Listen. Raj and Co. furnishes the following expenditure. Raj and Co. furnishes the following expenditure incurred by them to find the transaction value for the purpose of paying GST. Direct material inclusive of GST. If inclusive of GST, we need to exclude. Why? What we are finding? Values are in a value. If already GST is there, we need to exclude. That is 944 into 100 divided by 118. How much it is? 800. Direct wages included or not to be included in the production. Direct expenses include. Indirect materials include. Factory overheads include. Administrative overheads regarding to production capacity. Only production capacity to be taken. How much? 25. Selling distribution cost not to be included. Quality control included. Scrap realized to be deducted from cost. Yes, profit margin not to be considered. Why? Cost of production or manufacture plus 10% or into 110%. Now tell me what is the cost in fast? 800 plus 250 plus 100 plus 75 plus 200 plus 25 plus 25 minus 20. 13. How much? 1455. What it is? Cost. What is rule 30 said? 110% of cost of production or manufacture. You can do plus 10% or you can do into 110%. Your wish. How much is the answer? That's it. It's a final 8 marks question. Small hint, sir. You know the subject, but you don't know how to solve it. That is only the problem. Now, see this question also. Where a new phone is supplied for 20,000 along with exchange of old phone, the price of new phone without exchange is 24,000. Generally, new phone is 24,000 in the market. Yes, a person purchased, yes, a new phone by giving old phone plus 20,000. Sole consideration or not a sole consideration? To get a new phone, what he given, sir? 20,000 plus old phone. Now, which rule applicable? 27. What 27 said first? Open market value. What is the open market value? That's it. That's the answer. Next. Where a laptop is supplied for 40,000. Where a laptop is supplied for 40,000. Along with a barter of a printer that is manufactured by the recipient and the value of the printer known at the time of supply is 4,000. Then no. Market value, open market value not known. Now what to be applied? Money plus fair market value. Money 40,000 plus fair market value is. Now what is the value? That's it. Jaya purchased a Samsung television set costing 85,000 from an electronic shop in exchange of her existing TV set. After an hour of bargaining, the shop manager agrees to accept 78,000 instead of 81,000. Generally in the market 85,000. Yes, they used to sell for 81,000, but Josna, like a person, started bargaining. She's well versed in the bargaining. I seen her once in a Koti back set 2,500. She started with 50. Girls are very talented, in bargaining. Now, yes, still he accepted that. Yes, in the case, price is not a sole consideration. He given old TV plus something. Yes, the open market value is available. Now what to be considered? What rule it is? What rule it is? That's it, sir. That's it. Now 31 capital A, 31 capital B, 31 capital C. Specified actionable claims. Very, very, very important, sir. Why very, 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 very important? I will explain. Listen. Tell me what is the definition of goods? No, don't go for customs. Don't go for customs. Generally, every kind of movable property other than money and securities. If you compare with Sale of Goods Act, securities included, actionable claims excluded. GST, actionable claims included, securities excluded. In GST, actionable claim is a good or not? Yes, good, it is confirmed. In the negative list, actionable claims other than specified actionable claims. Actionable claims other than specified actionable claims are a negative list. The specified actionable claims are supply. The specified actionable claims are 6, sir. Lottery, betting, gambling, horse races, online money gaming, casino. Sir, 31A consists of 4 points. Lottery, betting, gambling, horse races. Listen, sir. There is amendment here. There is an amendment here. First, lottery, betting, gambling, horse races. First, we are going to see the lottery. Sir, you know how lottery they are getting a profits? Yes, listen. For example, prize money 1 crore. Each a ticket 100 rupees. They are going to print for 1.5 crore worth of tickets, which means 15 lakh tickets. How many tickets? 15 lakhs. Straight away, they got 50 lakhs. They used to sell for a distributor 1.3. They will take 30 lakhs profit directly. They used to sell for 100, 150, even 80. If the lottery draw is nearby, they will increase the price. If the lottery draw is far from this time, then they will decrease the price. The lottery, they are not in trouble. They are in full profits. They are giving with 100 rupees lottery, they are giving 1 crore. Not like that, sir. Now listen, lottery. Value is equal to 100 divided by 140. Earlier 128. Earlier on the lottery tax rate is 28%. Recently tax rates has been changed. Earlier the tax rates 5%, 12%, 18%, 28%. Government removed 12. The 12 has been moved to 18. Government removed 28 and introduced 40. 28 moved to 40. Now the tax rates are only 3, 5, 18, 40. 5 for merit goods, essentials, food items. Yes, 40 is for sin, tobacco, yes, hookah and luxury products. Yes, top class perfumes and high-end cars. Common standard articles, TV, mobile phone, these are 18%. So that is the reason. Last attempt 100 divided by 128. This attempt 100 divided by 140. When my material also 128 is there, recently they given a circular. This attempt 100 divided by 140 into face value of ticket. Price notified by organizing state. Price notified by organizing state, whichever is higher. Now listen. The face value of the ticket is, sir, 500, sir. How much, sir? But price notified is 460, sir. 460. Now what is the value, sir? 500 into 100 divided by 140. This is the value. On value again what will be? Tax. So already it inclusive of GST. That is the reason we are excluding. Now what is the value? That's it. Okay, once again. Next. Face value of the ticket is face value of the ticket is 200. Price notified by government is 230 rupees. Listen, 230 rupees. Face value of the ticket is 200. Price notified by government is 230. And number of tickets sold is 5,000. Number of tickets. Now tell me what is the value. First, face value of the ticket. Price notified by organizing state, whichever is higher. 230. 100 divided by 140 into 230 into 5,000. This is for one ticket, sir. If it is 5,000 tickets into 5,000. Yes. Even this is the question from your book. Solve it first. But they given answer 100 divided by 128. Even me also. Recently it is changed. I need to update. Now see the question. State government. Sir, lotteries are of two types, sir. Lottery run by the government. Lottery authorized by government. Lottery run by government means they are allowed to stay. They are allowed to use only in that state. They are allowed to use only in that state. Other than the state, they are not allowed. Lottery authorized by government. They can use anywhere throughout India. They can use anywhere. Run by the government only in that state. Authorized by government throughout in India. Now see the question. Yes, they given an answer 100 divided by 128. You need to update it. State government authorized a lottery whose particulars as under face value of the ticket 1000, price notified by organizing state 600. Tell me what is the value. Tell me the value means you are saying what? 100 divided by 140 into how much? 7? Yes. They given 128. Recently it has been updated, sir, the tax rate. Very important here. How shall be your answer be different if price mentioned in the B in spite of 600 taken 1050? Now calculate. In what way? 100 divided by 140 into 1050. How much? 7? Yes, change these answers. Even your material also. Same. In place of 128, take it as 140. Why 140 is already inclusive GST? We need to exclude. Again, we are going to levy tax on the value. Na? So that is the reason. What is the purpose of value of supply? And what amount the GST to be levied? Now, sir, 31A lottery completed. Now, betting, gambling, horse races. Betting, gambling, horse races. Listen. Okay. I am having some value in my village and in a society. I am a renowned CA. I am happily settled. Now, yes, Sujit is a totalicitator. Totalicitator in our language, bookie. Person who is receiving the bets. Now, I make a phone call. RCB versus Sunrisers Hyderabad. I hate Kavya He taken, yes, Pakistan player. Okay. Yes, RCB versus Sunrisers Hyderabad. Array, 2 lakhs the bet on RCB. RCB will compulsorily win. Bet is 2 lakhs. But I given only 20,000. I sent 20,000 cash, but I said the bet it as 2 lakhs. Yes, there is a long-term relation between he and me. Yes, he know about my value, my properties and all. I'm a renowned customer for him. Then that is his wish. Then that is he can consider a value it as 20,000 or 2 lakhs. That is his wish. If he considered as 2 lakhs, if I lost the money, he required to face the risk. Yes, sir. That is his wish, sir. But the same Guru Charan, yes, 10th class 10 times fail, a roadside idiot, and a Romeo. Now, yes, he make a phone call to bookie, set the bet it as 10,000 and sent 100 rupees. Now, what is the value, sir? Your wish. Yes, you are going to take 100 to avoid the risk that the option given to the totalisitator. The face value of the bet, amount paid into totalisitator, not whichever is higher, whichever is lower. That is his wish. Based on the credibility of a person. Based on a, that's it. Face value of bet or amount paid into totalisitator. Anyone they can consider. Risk is with the totalisitator. Now, that is the option to the totalisitator to consider anything. Now, 31D. Online money gaming, sir. What's online money gamings? Listen, rajabet.com, rummy.com, triple X bet. Okay, we'll discuss it later. You know, I know you are well versed in it. Now, sir, there is small technique here to encourage the bettings. Usually, if a new person who started playing the game, yes, they will encourage you. Okay. I know. You are talented, I know. Now, Joshna is a new face. You know betting? You are a new face. Okay, it's matched. Now, rajabet.com. What.com? Rajabet.com. Yes, she deposited 1 lakh rupees. She deposited 1 lakh rupees with whom? Supplier. Amount paid, payable with the supplier 1 lakh rupees. They given a bonus points into 0.5, which means even you deposited 1 lakh, yes, they showed 1,50,000 into 0.5 bonus points, 1,50,000. She won another 3.5 lakhs. Now, what is the balance? 5 lakhs. 5 lakhs. You deposited 1 lakh. They given 50,000 into 0.5 bonus points. Amount deposited 1.5 lakhs. With that, you played the match. Luckily, you won. And you won 3.5 lakhs. Now, the balance is. Now, what is the value? Only 1 lakh. Only 1 lakh. Amount paid. Listen, sir. Amount paid or payable deposited with the supplier. Amount paid, payable deposit with the supplier. How much she deposited? 1 lakh. Any winning, any losing, any withdrawal shall not be considered. Any winning, any losing, any withdrawal shall not be considered. Now, Prajwala deposited 2 lakhs. They given search points, yes, into 2 lakhs plus 2 lakhs, 4 lakhs. She lost total at last 0. Now, what is the value? 2 lakhs. Okay. Now, Guru Charan deposited 3 lakhs. They added 1 lakh. Now, how much is there? 4 lakhs. He lost 2 lakhs. Later, I motivated. Idiot. Yes, concentrate on the studies. This is not the time to play. Now, he withdrawn 2 lakh. What is the value? 3 lakhs. How much he deposited to be considered? Any winning, any losing, any withdrawal shall not be considered. Shall not be. Now, Sujit deposited 10 lakhs. Search points, another 10 lakhs. Last total. What is the value? Okay. Yes, with the 20 lakhs, he earned 2 crores. What is the value? Yes, with the 20 lakhs, yes, he lost 5 lakhs. He withdrawn 5 lakhs. He lost 5 lakhs. He withdrawn 5 lakhs. The balance is 10 lakhs. Now, what is the value? 10. Amount deposited with the supplier to be considered. That's it. Deposited 10 lakhs. They added search points, another 10 lakhs, total 20 lakhs. 5 lakhs, he lost 5 lakhs, he withdrawn. What the money paid payable to the supplier is to be considered. Any winning, any losing, any withdrawal shall not be considered. Next. 31 capital C. 31 capital C. Sir, casinos are of two types. First listen. casinos are of two types. I know you have been experienced it. Big Daddy, Royal Casino. Wow, his face has been totally changed. Goa. This time go to Small Daddy. Okay, now listen. Casinos are of two types. The first casino. Listen. If you want to play a match, you are welcomed into the casino. Nobody is going to stop you except you are a minor. Except you are a... Sir, here minor means not 18, 21, sir, there. Not 18. Guru Charan, not allowed. No. Yes, if you enter in a casino, if you want to play any game or any match or any something, you need to purchase their currency. That is tickets, tokens, chips, coins. Okay. Now, I given 5 lakhs. They given a tickets of 7 lakhs. They given a tickets of 7 lakhs. With the 7 lakhs, I won another 3 lakhs. I withdrawn the total. Now, what is the supply? 7 lakhs. The same, sir. Amount paid, payable with the supplier. Amount paid, payable with the supplier to get tokens, chips, coins, tickets. I deposited 7 lakhs. Sir, I given 5 lakhs. They given 7 lakhs tickets. Yes, sir. With that I won 3 lakhs. I withdrawn total value 5 lakhs only. Sorry, 7 lakhs I said, 5 lakhs only. Amount deposited with the supplier. Okay. Now, Sujit entered in a casino, given 2 lakhs. They given 2.5 lakh coins. They given 2.5 lakhs coins. He lost 2 lakhs. And he withdrawn the balance 50,000 at least for a transportation. You want to come from Goa to Hyderabad, in spite of begging there. You have 2 lakhs money, given 2 lakhs, they given 2.5 lakhs coins. Yes, he lost 2 lakhs, he withdrawn 50,000. What is the value? That's it. This is the first type of casino. The second type of casino, yes, in which earlier in AP, a renowned politician from a party has been conducted. This type of not allowed in AP. Once in last government, Andhra Pradesh, a politician conducted, in which I also attended. Okay, leave. So, a casino. There is no requirement to purchase tickets, tokens, coins, chips, but you need to pay fixed money for a entry. Fixed money for a entry. That entry ticket is 50,000 per day. You can play any match. You can win any prize. You can take any energy drinks if you want. There is also ticket based on brands will be changed. Yeah. Yes. Gold ticket 50,000. Yes. Platinum ticket 1 lakh. Diamond ticket 5 lakhs. Some other facilities are there. Okay. Okay. There is no requirement to purchase tokens, coins, chips. We need to pay fixed money to get the entry. Now the value is the entry ticket. Value is the entry ticket. Now tell me, what is your name? Sai. Sai entered in Kasai Casino. Sai entered in Kasai Casino. There the entry ticket is fixed 5 lakhs. He paid 5 lakhs. He earned 25 lakhs. He withdrawn 25 lakhs. What is the value? Yes, he lost the total money. Now what is the value? Yes, he lost the money. He cried. Yes, at least give 50,000. I want to reach my native place. They're not considered. What is the value? That's it. The casinos are of two types. A type of casino, 1, you need to purchase tokens, coins, chips, tickets to play the match. That amount paid to get the tokens, coins, chips to be considered. And the second type, yes, you're not required to purchase any tokens, coins, chips and anything. Nothing is there. Get the entry ticket and that is your wish. Which game you want to play, what you want to do. That is up to you. Now, what is the value? The ticket value. So, we completed 15.4. Any doubts, sir? When 15.4 applicable? If 15.1 not applicable, 15.4 applicable. 15.4 first you need to check. 27, 28, 29. If not applicable, 30. If not applicable, 31. 31 capital A, capital B, capital C. Yes, specified actionable claims. 31, capital A, lottery, betting, gambling, horse races. Capital B, online money gamings. Capital C, casinos. Sir, 31, capital A, capital B, capital C, important. Especially lottery tickets. The tax rate has been changed recently, so it's important. Post break, I'll take mostly 1 hour to complete that rule number 32, 33, 34, 35. With that 100%, we will complete the value of supply. Thereafter, I will start composition scheme. Very important for cmainter. And to be asked in the question number 7A. Today's agenda, value of supply, composition scheme. Sir, break. సరిపోయిందా స్పీడ్ ఇందులో మళ్ళీ స్పీడ్ అనుకట్రో Okay, we'll continue the balancer. So we covered up to 15.4. Clear అవ్వాలి ఇంకా రాలేదా? Very good. Where they are? నాకు ఫోన్ చేయొద్దు, వాళ్ళకి చెయ్యి. Class is open to ask the doubts. If you have any doubts, the topics in which we already covered, you may ask the doubts. Only for 5 minutes until they reached. They not mentioned the time. Yeah, okay. So please, 15.5. Stop. 15.5. Government notified cases. Government notified cases. Sir, in 15.5, only one rule 32 is there. As I said, which consists of 7 sub-rules. 7 sub-rules. Sir, notwithstanding anything contained from 15.1 to 15.4, leave it, follow directly 15.5. Who said? Government. Government notified cases. There in that, there are 7 sub-rules. First one, Rule 32 sub-rule 1. Rule 32 sub-rule 1, applicability. Rule 32 1 said, Rule 32 for government notifiers. The main talk, Rule 32 2. Very important, even for final also. Rule 32 2. Money exchange services. Money exchange services. So, generally, money exchange services. Listen. Generally, if you want to go to foreign country, if you want to go foreign country, America, we want dollars. We want dollars. Will purchase or we will sell, sir? Will purchase. We will purchase means dealer is going to sell. The famous dealer in Hyderabad, Western Union. So, Western Union, money exchanger. If we want to go to, we want dirhams. We will purchase. Dealer is going to sell. We are seeing in this point of view. We are seeing in whose point of view? Dealer point of view. Money exchange service. Listen. First, Indian currency to foreign currency. Foreign currency to foreign currency. Listen first. Sir, money exchange services. There are two options. Option 1, option 2. 32 nothing is there. 32 money exchange services. We are seeing in whose point of view? Dealer's point of view. Indian currency, foreign currency to foreign currency. Now, Indian currency to foreign currency. RBI reference rate. RBI reference rate. Available. RBI reference rate. Not available. Now, foreign currency to foreign currency. 3 points are there. Option 1 in the money exchange services, 1 Indian currency to foreign currency, 2 foreign currency to foreign currency. Indian currency to foreign currency, RBI reference available, RBI reference rate not available. Sir, I want to go to Russia. Yes, I need some rubles. I will go to money exchange. I asked 1 lakh rubles. I am buying or selling. But we are seeing in whose side? Dealer side, which means they are selling. RBI reference rate available, value is equal to buying rate or selling rate. In whose point of view, sir? Dealer's point of view. Buying rate or selling rate minus RBI reference rate into total currency units. Into total currency units. Let me explain. Now, I want $1,000. For example, I want $1,000. I go to a money exchanger. I purchased $1,000. Sir, each dollar I purchased for 92 rupees. RBI reference rate is 93 rupees. RBI reference rate is 93 rupees. Now, I am buying or I am selling. I am buying or selling. Buying, me buying, which means dealer selling. Sir, what is the selling rate? 92. What is the RBI reference rate? 93. What is the difference? 1 rupee into how many dollars I purchase? 1000. Now, what is the value? 1000 rupees. Is that a value or tax? Value, not a tax. Now tell me. Now I am having 1 lakh yens. I'm having how many yens? 1 lakh yens. I want to sell. I want to sell. Dealer wants to buy. Sir, 1 n is equal to RBI rate 0.93 is yes sir. I sold it for 0.88 rupees. Tell me what is the value? I am selling means I'm buying 0.93 minus 0.88 into 1 lakh. What is the value? That's it. If RBI reference rate is available, buying rate or selling rate minus RBI reference rate into total currency units. If RBI reference rate not available, value is equal to 1% of gross currency converted into rupees. Converted into rupees. 1% of gross currency converted into rupees. Now, 5,000 pounds. 5,000 pounds I converted into rupees. 5,000 pounds I converted into rupees. 1 pound is equal to 108 rupees. 1 pound is equal to 108. There is no RBI reference rate. There is no RBI reference rate. First convert into rupees. 5,000 into 108 into 1%. That is the value. 1% of gross currency converted into rupees. 1% of gross currency converted into rupees. Now how much is that value or tax? Okay. Now I converted 1000 euros. I converted 1000 euros. Yes, into rupees. 1 euro is equal to 124 rupees. Tell me what is the value? 1000 into 124 into 1%. How much? 1000. That's it. So RBI reference rate available, RBI reference rate not available. Available buying rate or selling rate minus RBI reference rate into total currency units. Not available. 1% of gross currency converted into rupees. Now foreign currency to foreign currency. I converted $1,000 into 850 pounds. I converted $1,000 into 850 pounds. What is the value? Value is equal to 1% of lesser of two amounts converted into rupees. 1% of lesser of two amounts converted into rupees. Sir, $1 is equal to 93 rupees. Yes, 1 pound is equal to 116 rupees. $1 is equal to 93. 1 pound is equal to 116. Now convert 1000 into 93. That is how much, sir? 93,000. 850 into 116. 850 into 116. 70. 98,000. Exact. Okay, whichever is lower. 93,000 into 1%. How much? 93. Is that a value or a tax? Value. That's it. This is the option 1. Rule number 32. Rule number 32. Money exchange services. Indian currency to foreign currency. Foreign currency to foreign currency. Indian currency to foreign currency. RBI reference rate available. RBI reference rate not available. See, not in our side, sir. See in the dealer side. Whose side? Purchase and sale of foreign currency. That is the money exchange services. If you go to a dealer, if you want to go to Dubai, what you required? Dirhams. We want to purchase, they want to sell. Yes, sir. If you got dollars from America, we want to sell, they want to purchase. You need to see whose side? Dealer side. Indian currency to foreign currency. RBI reference rate available. Value is equal to buying rate or selling rate minus RBI reference rate total currency units. Not available. 1% of gross currency converted into rupees. Foreign currency to foreign currency. 1% of lesser of two amounts converted into rupees. Now option 2. Option 2. Exchange value. Value. Exchange value. Value. Exchange value up to 1 lakh. More than 1 lakhs. Less than or equal to 10 lakhs. More than 10 lakhs. Exchange value up to 1 lakh. More than 1 lakh. Less than or equal to 10 lakhs. More than 10 lakhs. This is exchange value, sir. Now we are finding a value that is equal to 1% of exchange value for 250, whichever is higher. Now tell me, exchange value 90,000. What is the value? 90,000 into 1%. 900, 250, whichever is higher. 900. Exchange value 6,000. Tell me what is the value? Exchange value 6,000 into 1%. 60 rupees or 250, whichever is higher. 30,000. What is the value? Array, 30,000 into 1%. How much? 300 or 250, whichever is higher. Exchange value 45,000. 450. Exchange value 5,000. 5,000 into 1%, 50 rupees. Use your brain or use a calculator. Don't use both. So exchange value up to 1 lakh. 1% of exchange value or 250, whichever is higher. Now more than 1 lakh. Listen. 1,000 rupees plus 0.5% of exchange value minus 1 lakh. So why 1,000 rupees? For first 1 lakh, 1%. 1 lakh into 1%. 1 lakh into 1%. 1,000. That is the reason they deducted from exchange value 1 lakh. Now see. Exchange value 5 lakhs. You know, for first 1 lakh, 1,000 rupees. Balance 4 lakhs into 0.5%. Into 0.5%. How much? 2,000. Total value 3,000. That's it. For first 1,000 plus balance amount. That is the reason first 1 lakh has been deducted. Now tell me, exchange value 7 lakhs. 6 lakhs into 0.5 plus 1,000 rupees. Exchange values 7 lakhs. 6 lakhs into 0.5. 3,000 plus 1,000. How much? Okay. Tell me, exchange value 7 lakhs 70,000. Exchange value 7 lakhs 70,000. 7 lakhs 70,000. How need to calculate? 6 lakhs 70,000 into 1% plus 1,000 rupees. That's it. Now exchange value more than 10 lakhs. Listen. 5,500. So how you get 5,500? For first 10 lakhs, 1 lakh into 1%, 1000. Balance 9 lakhs into 0.5%, that is 4,500. Together it is 5,500 rupees plus 0.1% of exchange value minus 10 lakhs. Subject to maximum 60,000 rupees. Subject to maximum 60,000 rupees. Now tell me, exchange value 80 lakhs. Exchange value 80 lakhs. With one word solve, 70 lakhs into 0.1% plus 5,500. Exchange value 65 lakhs. How to calculate? Leave 10 lakhs. The 10 lakhs 5,500. 55 lakhs into 0.1% plus 5,500. That's it. Now from the beginning, exchange value 45 rupees. Tell me what is the value. Exchange value only 45. Tell me what is the value. Super. Exchange value 450. First 40 you said 2 correct. Now 10 450 250. 450 into 1% or 250, whichever is higher, sir. Exchange value 4,500. 250. Exchange value 45,000. Very good. Exchange value 4,50,000. 4,50,000. How to calculate? 3,50,000 into. That is more than 10 lakhs, madam. This 4,50,000 is less than 10 lakhs, na? 3,50,000 to 0.5% plus 1,000 rupees. Now 45 lakhs. Tell me 45 lakhs. How to calculate? 35 lakhs into 2.1% plus 1,000. How much? Now 4.5 crores. Tell me. 4.5 crores. 4 crores 40 lakhs into 0.1% plus 5,500. Now tell me 500 crores. 60,000, sir. 60,000. This is very important for final level. Even they can ask. As I said, 90%, 15, 1, 2, 3 chance. Rest of these topics. No person having an awareness with clarity. So any doubts, sir? Rule number 32. Money exchange services. Option 1, option. See first fast. Option 1, option 2. Option 1, foreign currency to Indian currency. Foreign currency to foreign currency. Foreign currency to Indian currency. RBI reference rate available. RBI reference rate not available. RBI reference rate available. Buying rate or selling rate in dealers minus RBI reference rate into total currency units. RBI reference rate not available. 1% of gross currency converted into rupees. Foreign currency to foreign currency. 1% of lesser of two amounts converted to rupees. Exchange value up to 1 lakh. 1% of exchange value up to 250, whichever is higher. More than 1 lakh, less than or equal to 10 lakhs. 1,000 rupees plus 0.5% of exchange value minus 1 lakh. Exchange value more than 10 lakhs. 5,000 plus 0.1% of exchange value minus 10 lakhs. Subject to maximum of 60,000. Now, rule number 30. Air travel agent. Air travel agent. Not all the persons are literate, sir. They will go to the travel agent to book the tickets. Now, Sujit goes to travel agent Gurucharan in SR Nagar. And he booked a ticket from Hyderabad to Goa in SpiceJet Airways. Hyderabad to Goa in SpiceJet Airways. Goa, domestic bookings or international bookings? Domestic means within the country, international means out of country. Is it domestic or international? Sir, Goa usually peak season, non-peak season. Peak season is December to February. Non-peak season rest of the time, empty beaches, no person is there. Now, he want to go at the time of peak season, that too December 31st. Usually the basic fare is 10,000. Usually the basic fare is 10,000. You know, at the time of Sankranti, even our bus fares are being going increased. They charge 25,000. Provided he is ready. It's an obsession to go to Goa at the time. Okay, what is the ticket basic fare? 10,000. But they charge 25,000. The value is equal to basic fare into 5%. Basic fare into what they charge is not a matter. Now basic fare is 10,000 into 5%. How much? 500. Okay. Now Gurucharan go to Goa non-peak season. Ticket rate 10,000, but nobody is traveling that time. They given the ticket for 3,000. They given the ticket for 3,000. Now tell me the value. Same 500. Basic fare into 5%. In case of international bookings, basic fare into 10%. Okay. Now, what's your name? Tarun. Tarun booked a ticket through a travel from Hyderabad to Russia. I don't know why. Hyderabad to Russia. The flight ticket, usually basic fare is 50,000, but he purchased the premium price, 80,000. Now, what is the value? Yes, basic fare, 50,000 into 10%. So, domestic bookings value, basic fare into 5%. International bookings, provided if we book a ticket to a travel agent. But many persons are booking online directly. If we book it only through a travel agent, air travel agent, that is rule number 32.3. Again, domestic bookings, basic fare into 5%. International bookings, basic fare into 10%. Now, this question already asked in the exam. In inter level, nobody believed, but they asked. Life insurance services, last before attempt. Life insurance services. There are three: saving policy, annuity policy, risk policy. Saving policy, annuity policy, risk policy. Sir, tell me, what is the source for insurance company? Premium paid by the policy holders. Yes or no, sir? What is the source of income? Premium paid by policy holders. The premium collected by insurance company, you know what they are going to do? They will invest somewhere. They will invest either in land or in other company shares. Okay. If they invested somewhere, mostly all companies will do the saving and investment. If they inform to policy holders, if they're not informed to policy holders. Okay. Premium collected 100 crores. Premium collected 100 crores. Invested 40 crores. Invested. While we making investment, we informed to the policy holders. Out of the money collected from you, we invested 40 crores in some other company shares. We informed clearly. Now value is equal to gross premium minus savings. Value is equal to, yes, what is the gross premium? What is the gross premium? 100 crores. What is the savings? 40. Now what is the value? 60 crores. When? If intimated. It means informed. Intimated means mostly all the insurance company, out of the premium collected, they will invest somewhere. If they invested, they will invest to the policyholders. Value is equal to gross premium minus savings. If they're not intimated, which means not informed, for the first year, 25% of premium. For the first year, 25%. For second subsequent years, 12.5%. Prajwala, tell me 1, 2, 3. Started with, if nothing mentioned, first year only. Don't search. So, which year, sir? If they are not given, which year? First year, that's it. If they are not intimated, now what is the value? 100 crores is the premium. What is the value? 100 crores is the premium. What is the value? First year, 25% of gross premium. Second subsequent years, 12.5%. They're not given clarity means which year? What is the value? That's it. Single annuity policy. Saving policy, annuity policy. There are many in a confusion regarding third. Annuity means some are believing the premium required to pay yearly. No, sir. No, not like that. Premium totally paid upfront at the beginning. Okay, I taken an insurance policy of 1 crore, sir. I paid a premium of 30 lakhs starting. No need to pay monthly, no need to pay yearly. No need to pay monthly, no need to pay yearly. When, sir? Single annuity policy. Then value is equal to gross premium into 10%. Gross premium into 10%. Risk policy value is equal to gross premium. Again, once life insurance, this question has been asked. Life insurance is of 3 types: saving policy, annuity policy, risk policy. Saving policy, investment or saving intimated, value is equal to gross premium minus saving or investment. Not intimated, first year value 25% of gross premium, second subsequent years 12.5% of gross premium. Single annuity policy 10% of gross premium. Risk policy value is equal to gross premium. We'll solve a problem asked in the exam. Final also. This question many believed that tough useless fellows. 1 minute is enough. But what we did a mistake means we are going for a selected topics. If you go for a selected chapter, then don't go for selected topics. Go with full-fledged syllabus. In case of selected chapters, you go. Arihant Life Insurance Company started its operations in the year 25-26. Problem not there in the chapter book. They asked a final problem. Already asked. Arihant Life Insurance started its operations in the year 25-26. During the year 25-26, Arihant Life Insurance Company charged a premium 180 lakhs. How much premium collected? With respect to the life insurance policies, out of 100 lakhs in allocated for investment, how much allocated for investment? They raised a premium of 180 crores. They invested 100 crores somewhere on behalf of policyholder. Compute the GST liability under Rule 32(4). First, amount allocated for investment has been intimated to policyholder. Now, what is the value? Gross premium minus investment. What is the gross premium? Yes, what is the saving? Now what is the value? 80. On that GST to be levied. If GST 18% into 18%, sir, that's end of task. Nothing tough is there. Next, if amount allocated for investment not intimated, then nothing mentioned which year. I asked 1, 2, 3 also. Which year? Now tell me what is the value. 180 into how much? First, what is the value? Then tax. What is the value? 45 lakhs on that GST. Now, it is only towards risk cover. Now tell me, it is only risk cover. 180 lakhs. Are not single annuity policy hero risk. Now, life insurance are of 3. Saving, annuity, risk. Saving. Amount allocated for investment. Intimated, not intimated. Intimated, value is equal to gross premium minus savings. Not intimated, value first year 25%, second subsequent 12.5%. Nothing mentioned which year? Very good. Next one. Yes, annuity policy value is equal to 10% of gross premium. Risk policy value is equal to gross premium. Now, rule number 32.5, sir. Rule number 32.5. Buying and selling of second hand goods. Buying and selling of second hand goods. Listen, sir. Listen carefully. I purchased a, yes, sir. I purchased, sorry, okay. Take the name of Joshna. Joshna, you purchased a mobile phone. Are you claimed ITC? No. If I purchased a laptop or mobile phone for my office, I'll claim ITC. We are going to discuss if ITC claimed, if ITC not claimed. First, ITC not taken. ITC not taken. Joshna purchased a mobile phone. Which mobile phone you are using? iPhone. An example, rich. Now, she purchased for rupees 1 lakh. After 1 year, she sold for 75,000. And she not claimed the ITC. She not claimed the processor means taken back. Taken back. And sold December 20th. Sold for December 20th. You purchased the car August 7th. A car has been repossessed September 5th and sold December 20th. Now, what is the value? Sir, listen, sir. Value is equal to purchase price minus 5% per quarter or part thereof. Here, in our book, there is a provision correct answer mistake. Listen. What is the purchase price, sir? 1 crore. Defender car he purchased for how much? 1 crore. That 5% value to be decreased from the date of purchase till the date of disposal of repossessed goods. But in our book, they given a provision correct, but they taken up to repossession. If car left alone, I'm having 2 cars, never use, always think provide car depreciate or not. I covered that cover and I cleaning every day, provided depreciated, sir. So, when car purchased, August 7th. When repossessed, September 5th. When it is resold, now depreciation 5% per quarter to be considered from the date of purchase till the date of disposable of repossessed goods, which means 5% from August to December. How many months, sir? August, September, October, November, December. 5 months means 1 quarter, 2 months. Part quarter also considered as quarter. Ante into 2. 1 crore minus 5% into 2. That is 90 lakhs. On 90 lakhs GST to be paid. On 90 lakhs GST to be paid. This is rule 32. Rule number 32.5. What is rule number 32.5? Buying and selling of second hand goods. Now, rule number 36. Listen carefully. I will explain one problem and I will ask one final exam problem. We'll check our knowledge. Value of token, voucher, coupon, stamp, exchangeable for goods and services. Exchangeable for goods and services. Equal to the money value. Equal to the money value of goods or services taken. Value is equal to the money value of goods and services taken. Now let me explain with an example, sir, please. Shiva. Yes, he purchased a family pack biryani. He can. That is 1,000 rupees. What he purchased? Family pack biryani. They given 250 rupees worth voucher free. Who given? Biryani center. He purchased a family pack biryani. They given 250 rupees worth voucher free. Yes, he can purchase one biryani, single biryani with the 250 rupees voucher. After a week, he given the voucher, asked a biryani. They given one full biryani plus one mini biryani. He asked why. Yes, our biryani centers completed 10 years. That is the reason today. For one biryani, a mini biryani free. For one biryani, mini biryani free. Mini biryani is 100 rupees. You given only voucher, but what you are going to get? You given the voucher, what you get? One biryani plus mini biryani. What is the value? 350. That is the value. 350. That is the value. With that voucher, what worth of goods and services you received? That is the value. Now, Prajwala. Yes, her sister marriage. Yes, she also taken a bridal makeup to show off. In the sister marriage, younger sister also doing much show off now for photos and all. It's quite common nowadays in India. Now, bridal makeup is 10,000 rupees. Is it a good or service? Service. Yes, she taken the bridal makeup. They given a 1,000 rupees voucher, which is for pedicure. After 10 days, she go to the beauty parlor and asked for a pedicure. Along with the pedicure, they did the manicure. Why? Because there is an offer. Those who are taking pedicure today, manicure free. Manicure usually 300. With the voucher, what services she got? Pedicure plus manicure. What is the value? Voucher is 1000. With that 1000, what of services she taken? Now what is the value? That's it. Now we are going to solve the final exam problem. Try to solve it. Sir is there in the subject. Now, Gurucharan here. Mr. and Mrs. Kapoor purchased 10 gift vouchers. How many gift vouchers? 10. Each gift voucher is 500. Each gift voucher is 500. And vouchers. What? 5 vouchers. Each of 500. Yes, sorry. 10 gift vouchers. Each of 500. 5 spa vouchers. Each of 1000 rupees. 10 gift vouchers. Each of 500. 5 spa vouchers. Each of 1000. How many vouchers they have? 15. 10 gift vouchers, each of 500, 5 spa vouchers, each of 1000. Listen, there is a special offer in the spa. There is a special offer in the spa. Yes, couples can take massage with a single price. Wife and girlfriend, husband, wife, even that is up to you. Some different type of people also. Couples can take a massage with a single price. Now tell me what is the value. Wait, this is gift vouchers. 100 into 500, 5000. Now spa vouchers. With a single spa voucher, who are taking a massage, sir? Couples. Now into 2. That is 10,000. What is the total value? They asked for 5 marks. This is the subject. But in spite of not learning the subject, you are criticizing CMA Institute. Out of syllabus stuff. Nothing is there. 30 to 6. Now nothing is there in the 30 to 7, sir. Specified taxable services between distinct persons. Specified taxable services between distinct persons. Value nil. With that we covered 15.5. Once again, in fast. Rule number 32. Yes, sir. Special cases. 32.1. Applicability. 32.2. Money exchange services. Option 1. Option 2. Option 1. Yes, Indian currency to foreign currency, foreign currency to foreign currency. Yes, Indian currency to foreign currency. RBI reference rate available, RBI reference rate not available. RBI reference rate available. Value is equal to buying rate or selling rate minus RBI reference rate into total currency units. RBI reference rate not available. 1% of gross currency converted into rupees. Foreign currency to foreign currency. 1% of lesser of two amounts converted into rupees. Option 2. Exchange value up to 1 lakh. Exchange value more than 1 lakh, less than or equal to 10 lakhs, more than 10 lakhs. Now exchange value up to 1 lakh. Yes, 1% of exchange value or 250, whichever is higher. More than 1 lakh, less than or equal to 10 lakhs. 1000 rupees plus 0.5% of exchange value minus 1 lakh. More than 10 lakhs. 5500 plus 0.1% exchange value minus 10 lakhs. Subject to maximum of 60,000. Yes, rule number 32.3. Air travel agent, domestic bookings, basic fare into 5%, international bookings, basic fare into 10%. 32.4. Life insurance services, saving policy, annuity policy, risk policy. Saving policy. 2. Investment or saving intimated, not intimated. Intimated, gross premium minus savings, not intimated. First year, 25% of gross premium. Second subsequent, 12.5% of gross premium. Single annuity policy, 10% of gross premium. Risk policy, value is equal to gross premium. 32.5. Buying and selling of second hand goods. ITC available, ITC not available. ITC not available. Selling price minus purchase price, value negative, ignore. Yes, ITC available. Second hand sale price. Yes, transaction value of outward supply. Yes, if the goods are repossessed from defaulting borrower, value is equal to purchase price minus 5% per quarter or part thereof. 32.6. Voucher, coupon, stamp equal to the money value of goods and services with the token, voucher and stamp. 32.7. Notified services between distinct persons, nil. Now 33, 34, 35. 33 is little important. 34, 35 useless. Just see. I'll explain with one example, sir. Observe with clarity. Yes, nobody is learning this topic. Important for final, and maybe they can ask an inter for MCQ also. Pure agent. Shiva. Shiva having a Royal Enfield bike. Now, yes, he is doing 500 plus GST 18%. 90 rupees. Total 590. What is my service cost? 4,000. I cannot add 4,590. I required to give invoice only 4,000. I need to collect 590 separately. Why? Already the 590 include of GST. If I add this, double taxation. Expenditure incurred by pure agent, not included. Expenditure incurred by pure agent, not in, which means exclude. I'm acting pure agent for whom? Recipient before third party. Now another example. Listen. I am a qualified CA. This is reality. I am a qualified CA. Now Likita, a big business person, she comes to me, asked, sir, incorporate a company. Incorporate a company. I said 30,000. I said, now later I started MOA printing, stamping, documentation. I'll make a phone call to Madam Likita. They're asking 10,000. What about you? Okay, sir. Okay. Yes, sir. Notary charge 10,000, GST 18%. Total it is 11,800. Now my work 30,000. Can I add 11,800 to my 30,000? No. I am a supplier in case of company incorporation, and I am a pure agent in case of printing of MOA, AOA, and notary. That should not be included. Why? It's already included GST. If I added, leaded to double taxation. Got it, sir? Now 34, exchange rate. Only exchange rate, sir. Listen. Tell me, what is the purpose of time of supply? What is the purpose of time of supply? Collection of tax. Collection of tax. In time of supply, we are finding time. Here time means day. The day what tax rate is there, we are going to collect that tax rate. Okay, I sold my car to you. While at the time of supply, tax rate 18%. While at the time of invoice, the tax rate 28%. While you make a payment, the tax rate 5%. What is the tax rate? Now the issue happens. Now which chapter came into picture? Time of supply. What is the purpose of time of supply? Collection of tax. Here in time of supply, what we are finding? Time. Time means day. That day what tax rate is there we are going to collect? That tax rate. Any doubts, sir? Now see rule number 34. Exchange rate for goods, for services. Here in time of supply, goods section 12. Goods section 12. Services section 13. Here we finding the days. For goods 12, for services 13. Then for goods, consider CBIC rate. Consider what rate, sir? We are finding a day in the time of supply. That day CBIC rate to be considered for exchange. For services, yes, first find the time of supply services gap rate. What is gap? General accepted accounting principles. Exchange rate, rule 34. For goods, CBIC rate. For services, gap rate. What date? TOS date. TOS date. How to find the TOS? For goods 12, for services 13. Now last and waste rule. Rule number 35. Rule number 35. Inclusive of GST, how to exclude? Inclusive of GST, how to exclude? Value is equal to 100 by 100 plus tax rate into amount. Now tell me, yes, 3 lakhs inclusive of GST 18%. How to calculate? 100 divided by 100 plus 18 into 3 lakhs. 100 divided by 118 into 3 lakhs. How much? 2 lakh? $437. Okay. Now tell me, yes, value 5 lakhs includes GST 5%. How to calculate? 100 divided by 105 into 5 lakhs. That's it, sir. That's end of value of supply. See first, this is the pro forma. What you all learned in cmainter, cainter, mostly 90% they will ask. If your time is bad, then they will ask 15.4 and 15.5. We covered all the questions in 15.1, 2 and 3. First, 15.1, transaction value. 15.2, additions to transaction value. 15.3, exclusions to transaction value, one link. If 15.1 not applicable, then 15.4. Yes, in 15.4, first we need to see 27, 28, 29. 27, money not a sole consideration. 28, supply between related parties, distinct persons. 29, supply of goods through a agent. If 27, 28, 29 not applicable, then what is applicable? 30, valuation based on cost. If it is not applicable, 31. Okay, specified actionable claims, rule 31, capital A, capital B, capital C. Yes, now lottery tickets, what is the tax rate? Tax rate I asked 40%. 100 divided by 140. Books 128, even my book also, you need to change it. Now, yes, 15.5, government notified cases. Rule number 32, special cases. How many sub rules? 7. 1, applicability. 2, money exchange services. 3, air travel agent. 4, life insurance. 5, buying and selling of second hand goods. 6, voucher, coupon, stamp exchangeable for goods and services. 7, notified services between distinct persons. 33, pure agent. 34, exchange rate. 35, inclusive of GST. This is the value of supply. Which question to be asked? 7th question, part B. 90% from 1, 2, 3. Yes, feel, yes, expect from 15.4 and 15.5. We will pass, all will fail. Happy. Have we prepared na? Always they asking 15.1, 15.2 and 15.3. Tell me. Yes, a beautiful girl. Who wants? All wants, only you. Like that. Yes, who required to pass? Only my students. I'm very selfish. Paper to be too tough. All should feel cry. My students, very easy paper na. Then I will feel satisfied. Food also not required for that day. Full happiness. So, any doubts in the value of supply? Okay, now composition scheme. Very, very, very important for your exam. Usually they are asking from that. Composition, registration, returns. I'll go in a normal speed only. Composition, sir. Okay, listen. The first registrations are of two types of registrations are of two types: composition scheme, normal scheme. Registrations are of how many types? Two types: composition scheme, normal scheme. The whether they go for composition or normal, first they are liable for registration. Yes or no? Whether they go for composition or normal, first they are liable for registration. Here, the registration is based on aggregate turnover. Turnover in the state is different, aggregate turnover is different. Just listen, very important subject for your exam. 7A, 7B, value of supply, time of supply. 7A, mostly composition. If not, returns. If not, registration. Okay. Person liable for registration. Aggregate turnover more than 10 lakhs in some states. Aggregate turnover more than 20 lakhs in some states. Aggregate turnover more than 40 lakhs in some states for goods and for services. I'll see. First, aggregate turnover more than 10 lakhs for goods or for services. Which states are N, T, M? Nagaland. Just learn what I said, sir. There is a technique. If you lost the technique, you are going to lose the marks. Just follow my technique. 10 lakh slab. N, T, M. Nagaland, Tripura, Manipur, Mizoram. Tell me once again. Aggregate turnover more than 10 lakhs. Nagaland, Tripura, Manipur, Mizoram. How to remember? N, T, M. Aggregate turnover more than 10 lakhs either for goods or for services. Nagaland, Tripura, Manipur, Mizoram. Now 20 lakh slab. Some tap. Listen. Some tap. Some. Yes. Sikkim. U. Uttarakhand. M. Meghalaya. T. Telangana. A. Arunachal Pradesh. P. Puducherry. Now tell me. Yes. 20 lakh slab. Some tap. Yes. Sikkim. U. Uttarakhand. M. Meghalaya. T. Telangana. A. Arunachal Pradesh. P. Puducherry. Now directly. Sikkim, Uttarakhand, Meghalaya, Telangana, Arunachal Pradesh, Puducherry. Now 20 lakhs for services, 40 lakhs for goods. 20 lakhs for services, 40 lakhs for goods. Jammu Kashmir, Assam, Himachal Pradesh, others. Jammu Kashmir, Assam, Himachal Pradesh, others. Now listen. Again, aggregate turnover more than 10 lakhs. N, T, M. Nagaland, Tripura, Manipur, Mizoram. Once again. Nagaland, Tripura, Manipur, Mizoram. 20 lakh slab. Sikkim, Uttarakhand, Meghalaya, Telangana, Arunachal Pradesh, Puducherry. 40 lakh slab for goods and 20 lakhs for services. Jammu Kashmir, Assam, Himachal Pradesh, others. Now listen. Sir, out of these, Telangana, Puducherry, others are the special states. Rest of all are the normal states. Rest of all special states. Telangana, Puducherry, others are the normal states. Rest of all special states. Even AP tried for special category status, which means 90% of yes, the projects revenue, projects cost should be borne by the central government. If any railway project started in other states, central will contribute some amount, state will contribute some amount. If it is special category, 90% should be borne by central government. They rejected for AP. Now, again, once again, 10 lakh slab, Nagaland, Tripura, Manipur, Mizoram, 20 lakh slab, Sikkim, Uttarakhand, Meghalaya, Telangana, Arunachal Pradesh, Puducherry, 40 lakh slab, Jammu Kashmir, Assam, Himachal Pradesh, others. Here, what are the normal states? Telangana, Puducherry, others. Tell me only only special states now. Nagaland, Tripura, Manipur, Mizoram, Sikkim, Uttarakhand, Meghalaya, Arunachal Pradesh, Jammu Kashmir, Assam, Himachal Pradesh. Now we'll start the real subject. So, composition scheme is not a compulsion. First, composition scheme is not a compulsion, it is a option. It's not a compulsion, it is a option. Sir, in composition, we have only one section, that is section 10. That is section 10. In that, 10.1, 10.2, 10.2a. Three are there, subsections. 10.1, 10.2, 10.2a. I'll explain. Listen first. Composition scheme is a compulsion or option? Option. For whom, sir? First listen. For normal states. Along with the state, you need to remember. There is a technique. Wait. For normal states. Person liable for registration to aggregate turnover. Person liable for registration to aggregate turnover up to 1.5 crores. Up to 1.5 crores. They can go for composition scheme or normal scheme. This is a option, sir. Person liable for registration, aggregate turnover up to 1.5 crores. They can go for a composition scheme or they can go for a normal scheme. More than 1.5 crores, compulsory they should be there in the normal scheme. Option is only up to 1.5 crores. Once again, in a normal states, person liable for registration, yes, to aggregate turnover up to 1.5 crores, they can go for composition scheme, they can go for normal scheme. Beyond 1.5 crores, only normal scheme. Now listen, special states. You know what is the special states? Yes. Now here, person liable for registration to aggregate turnover up to 75 lakhs. Up to 75 lakhs. They have an option to go for composition scheme or normal scheme. Beyond 75 lakhs, compulsory in the normal scheme. Sir, even special category for 3 states, 1.5 crores applicable. 75 lakhs not applicable. Yes, Jammu Kashmir, Assam, Himachal Pradesh. They are special, but provided 75 lakhs not applicable, what is applicable? 1.5 crores applicable. Now each state I will ask. Just Telangana, turnover limit 20 lakhs, liable for registration. Aggregate turnover up to 1.5 crores. 20 lakhs to 1.5 crores. They can go for composition. They can go for normal. Andhra, 40 lakhs to Andhra, sir. 40 lakhs to others na. 40 lakhs to 1.5 crores. Now Sikkim, normal or special? Sikkim. Array, out of this total chart I said Telangana, Puducherry, all others are normal. Rest of all special na. Now Sikkim. Tell me Sikkim. 20 lakhs to 75 lakhs. Now Tripura. 10 lakhs to 75 lakhs. Bihar. 40 lakhs to 1.5 crores. Karnataka. 40 lakhs to 1.5 crores. Kerala. 40 lakhs to 1.5 crores. Yes, Mizoram. 10 lakhs to 75 lakhs. Meghalaya. 20 lakhs to 75 lakhs. Madhya Pradesh. 40 lakhs to 1.5. This is the way. Yes, learning all 28 states is useless. This is the way to learn. Now, tell me Rajasthan. Yes, Bihar, UP, AP, MP, Punjab, Haryana, Uttarakhand. 20 lakhs to Uttar Pradesh. That's it. This is the way of learning. Now tell me that once again. 10 lakhs left. NTM, Nagaland, Tripura, Manipur, Mizoram. Yes, 20 lakhs left. Sikkim, Uttarakhand, Meghalaya, Telangana, Arunachal Pradesh, Puducherry. Yes, 40 lakhs for goods, 20 lakhs for services. Jammu Kashmir, Assam, Himachal Pradesh, others. Okay. Sir, composition is a compulsion or a normal? Sir, composition. Sir, composition is a compulsory or optional? Optional. Yes, the limit. Normal states. Person liable for registration to aggregate turnover up to 1.5 crores. They can go for composition. They can go for normal. Beyond 1.5 crore, they must go for normal. Yes, special category states. Yes, person liable for registration to aggregate turnover up to 75 lakhs other than Jammu Kashmir, Assam, Himachal Pradesh. Even they are special, we consider 1.5 crores. Yes, beyond 75 lakhs, normal. Are these turnover to be checked in the previous financial year. These to be checked in the previous financial year. Now listen, sir. Eligibility. 10.1, as I said, only one section. 10.1, 10.2, 10.2a. 10.1 normal state, 10.2 special states. 10.1, 10.2, 10.2a we need to learn separately. After completing 10.1, 10.2 I will come to 10.2a. Very important. 10.1 normal states. 10.2. Yes, 10.2a is I will say separately. Listen. Person whose aggregate turnover does not exceed 1.5 crores in the normal states, 75 lakhs in the special category states, other than Jammu Kashmir, Assam, Himachal Pradesh, in the previous financial year. Which year to be checked, sir? Can opt for composition scheme. Can opt for composition scheme. Sir, in a composition, which persons are allowed? Manufacturer, trader, service provider. Listen, who, sir? Manufacturer, trader, service provider. But for service provider, there is a limit, sir. For service provider, listen. Business persons are of three types. Who? Manufacturer, trader, service provider. Manufacturers allowed, traders allowed. In service provider, restaurant and catering allowed. Others means other than restaurant or catering, allowed subject to limit. Subject to limit. So please, important. Others subject to limit. Limit is 10% of total turnover or 5 lakh rupees, whichever is higher, sir. Whichever is, what is the limit? 10% of total turnover or 5 lakhs, whichever is higher. Sir, next, sir, if the services, now listen, if our services below limit allowed, above limit not allowed. If our services are below the limit, allowed. If our services are above the limit, not allowed. Let me explain with you examples. Listen, AP. Tell me Andhra Pradesh turnover limit 40 lakhs to 1.5 crores. So in AP, their turnover is 1.3 crores. Their turnover is 1.3 crores for goods, for services. Goods is 1.2 crores, services is 10 lakhs. Services is 10 lakhs other than restaurant catering. Now calculate the limits. What is the limit? 10% of total turnover. 10% into 1.3 crores, that is 13 lakhs or 5 lakhs, whichever is higher, sir. So limit is how much? Limit is how much? 13 lakhs. Our services is how much? Our services below limit or not? What is the limit? What is the limit? What is our services? Below the limit? Yes, allowed for composition. Allowed for composition. Now another example. We'll take Gujarat. Okay, we'll take Tripura. Tell me Tripura limit. 10 lakhs to 10 lakhs to, that's it, 10 lakhs to 75 lakhs. Goods 70, goods 60 lakhs. Services 15 lakhs. Services 15 lakhs. What is the limit, sir? 75 lakhs into 10%. 7.5 lakhs, 5 lakhs, whichever is higher. Limit is 7.5 lakhs. Our services are below the limit or above the limit. So not eligible for composition scheme. Now, limit is 7.5. Our services is 15. Our services are below the limit or above the limit? So above the limit, not eligible for composition scheme. Who are eligible for composition scheme? Manufacturer, trader, service provider. But in service provider, only restaurant and catering. Others allowed subject to limit. Limit is equal to 10% of total turnover or 5 lakhs, whichever is higher. If our services are below the limit, allowed. If our services are above the limit, not allowed. Now I will ask a question, try to give the answer. Tough question. My CA audit firm. Clearly I am mentioning I am running a CA audit firm. I am a practicing CA in Hyderabad. My turnover is 45 lakhs. My turnover is 45 lakhs. Tell me the limit. Is I am eligible or not eligible? Are CA firm means I am not selling any tea, coffee, biscuits or sweets. I am giving only services totally. Now what is the limit? 45 lakhs into, calculate limits, sir. 45 lakhs into what it is? Or 5 lakhs, whichever is higher. Now limit is, but my services are above the limit or below the limit? Above the limit or below the limit? So I am not idiot. Limit is 5 lakhs. My services is 45 lakhs. You are thinking opposite. First, what is the limit, sir? 10% of total turnover or 5 lakhs, whichever is higher. Turnover is 45 lakhs into 10%, 4.5 lakhs or 5 lakhs, whichever is higher. What is the limit? What is my services? I am running a CFO means totally services na. Now my services is 45 lakhs, limit is 5 lakhs. My services are below the limit or above the limit. So is I am eligible or not eligible? That's it. Above, below, above, below. Now I am a doctor. I am a mental doctor. My one of the patient fully Guru Charan. Always I am giving short treatment, different treatments, yet is not cured. The one of the best customer. Okay. Now my turnover is 30 lakhs. I am not selling anything, sir. Only consultancy doctor. Now tell me what is the limit first. Tell me what is the limit first. 10% of total turnover. 30 lakhs into 10%. Or 5 lakhs. Whichever is higher, sir. What is the limit, sir? Okay, limit 5 lakhs. What is my services? 30 lakhs. 30 lakhs is below the limit or above the limit? Is I am eligible or not eligible? That's it, sir. Below, above, below, above. Childish game, idiot. So, who is eligible for composition scheme? Manufacturer, trader, service provider. Service provider, restaurant catering allowed, others subject to limit. What is the limit? 10% of turnover total or 5 lakhs, whichever is higher. If our services is below the limit, allowed. If our services are above the limit, not allowed. That's end of task. Now, who are not eligible for composition scheme? In an easy way, listen, sir. Who are not eligible? First, person makes non-taxable supply. Person makes non-taxable supply, which means not leviable to tax. Person makes interstate supply. Person dealing with ECO, online apps, electronic commerce operator. Now, CTP, NRTP. Notified goods manufacturer. Turnover exceed the limit. In an easy way, see, not eligible for composition scheme. Yes, not eligible. First, person makes non-taxable supply. Interstate supply. Dealing with ECO. Yes, CTP and NRTP. Next, notified goods. Very, very important point. Notified goods. Manufacturers are in exam for a confusion. They are asking trader. Only manufacturer not eligible. Trader eligible. Service provider eligible. Notified goods. Manufacturer. And turnover exceed limit. What is the limit? For normal states 1.5 crores. For special states 75 lakhs. Okay. Who are not eligible for composition scheme? Person makes non-taxable supply. Not leviable to tax. Person makes interstate supply. You know what is an interstate supply? LOS, POS. Location of supplier, place of supply. In 2 different states, in 2 different union territories, 1 state, 1 union territory, import, export, interstate supply. Dealing with ECO, online apps, is not a small person. If they are not eligible, registrations are of 2 types. If they are not eligible for composition, means they need to go for normal. That's it. Registrations are of 2 types. They are liable for registration and not eligible for composition, means they must go for. Yes, okay. CTP, NRTP. CTP, casual taxable person. Casual taxable person. occasionally doing business. What's a occasionally doing business in India, in the state where there is no fixed place of establishment in the state. Bombay Circus, Jadugar Anand Magic Show, Exhibition Giant Wheels in Hyderabad. They will not going to stay in the Hyderabad for a long. They will stay when the business is running good. Once it is stopped, they will move the location. NRTP, non-resident taxable person. Occasionally, yes, occasionally doing business in India where there is no fixed place of establishment in India. IPL matches. The players from various countries come to India, play the match. Yes, leave after the match completed. Okay. Now, there is a festival, yes, near the Balkampeta Ammavari temple. Balkampeta Ammavari, Ammoru Talli. Now, I invited Justin Bieber to perform a concert. You big tiger, you big tiger. I given the money, I taken the services. That's it. Even Mukesh Ambani taken Rihanna services. Well, at the time of marriage of Anant Ambani, she's an NRTP. Occasionally, she comes to India to perform a concert. Once the concert completed, she left India. CTP, NRTP. They are not eligible for composition, which means they need to go for normal. Notified goods manufacturer. Listen, sir. Notified goods are of 8. Notified goods, very, very important. Notified goods are of 8. First C. First 3. Wait. Ice cream, pan masala, tobacco. First 3. Listen. Ice cream, pan masala, tobacco. Any doubts? Tell me once again. Ice cream, pan masala, tobacco. Now, aerated water. What is aerated water? Carbonated water. Adding air to the water. Or cool drinks. What there in the cool drink? Gas. Or, yes, take this bottle, talk to Gurucharan. After that, it will become a carbonated water. Adding air to the water. Gas. Yes, soda. What there in the soda, sir? Gas only. Carbonated water. Ice cream, pan masala, tobacco, aerated water. What is aerated water? Adding air to the water and professionally carbonated water. Next, listen. Bricks, tiles. Bricks, tiles. Bricks are of 3 types. Building bricks, red color. Fly ash bricks. Yes, they are making the bricks with fly ash. It's look like strong, but it's too weak, lightweight. Now, bricks of fossil males. Bricks of fossil males. Other than red color, if they use any soil, then it is bricks of fossil males. Tiles, earthening and roofing tiles. Roofing tiles on the molding they are using to avoid the leakage. So 8 are the notified goods. First 3. Ice cream, pan masala, tobacco. Next, aerated water. Next, bricks, tiles. Bricks, tiles. Bricks are of 3 types. Building bricks, fly ash bricks, bricks of fossil males, earthening and roofing tiles. Now tell me, who are not eligible for composition scheme once again? Person make non-taxable supply, interstate supply, dealing with ECO, CTP and NRTP, notified goods manufacturer, turnover exceed the limit. If they are liable for registration, not eligible for composition, they have only one way to go. What is that way? Normal scheme, that's it. Now, sir, special points. After that, we will go for 10(2)(a). Special points. Sir, GST registration based on PAN issued by income tax. Yes or no? GST registration based on PAN issued by income tax. GST registration based on PAN. You know, with same PAN, different registrations taken. We call it as distinct persons. They are in that, no doubt. With same PAN, different registrations taken. Different registrations taken. Yes, then we call as distinct persons. Sir, I am doing 5 business in 5 states. I am doing 5 business in how many registrations I have? 5 registrations. That all the registrations are taken with same PAN number. With same PAN. With 5 registrations is nothing but open your mouth. I am having 5 business in 5 states. I taken the 5 registrations with a single PAN. Yes, I call these 5 registrations as distinct persons. Very good. If I want, I must be there all the registrations in the composition or in the normal or in the. If one left the composition scheme, all should left the composition. Why, sir? Sir, network will crash, sir. This is my body. I'm having two legs. Can I go with one leg to Miapur and another leg with Khairabad? Not possible. There also registration GST IN, Goods Service Tax Identification Number, registration with GSTN, common portal, network. With same PAN, if different functioning is there, the network will not work properly. That is the reason with same PAN, different registrations taken. That all the registrations either in the normal scheme or in the composition scheme. If they selected composition, not a problem. If one left the composition scheme, all should left the composition. Any doubts? Now next one, very important. Sir, GST registration based on which year? Previous year. Now listen. If the previous year turnover, listen sir. For the material I given yes note points here. Whatever that I am using in the notes, you need to write like this. Then you get the full material. Listen sir, GST registration based on previous year. Now I am taking the year 22-23. Now listen sir, I taken the year 22. I taken the year 22-23 previous year. Now what is the current year sir? 23-24. Okay. 22-23. 1st April to 22 to 31st March 23. Last year, yes, we consider the state it as Telangana. Last year, Telangana turnover is 90 lakhs. What is the turnover limit of Telangana? Yes, 20 lakhs to Telangana. That is the reason I said many times. Total out. They are not going. Tell me once again. 10 lakhs left. NTM, Nagaland, Tripura, Manipur, Mizoram. Yes, 20 lakhs left. Sikkim, Uttarakhand, Meghalaya, Telangana, yes, Arunachal Pradesh, Puducherry, 40 lakhs left. Jammu Kashmir, Assam, Himachal Pradesh, others. Therein, what are the normal states? Telangana, Puducherry, others. Now, what is the Telangana limit? 20 lakhs to 1.5 crores. Last year turnover 90 lakhs. Last year turnover 90 lakhs. Okay. This year, what is this year? 1st April 23 to 31st March 24. Is I am eligible for composition or not? Yes, eligible. Last year, if the turnover below the limit, this year I am eligible for composition scheme. Yes, I am eligible or not eligible? First, eligible. But, sir, 30th December 23, my turnover exceeds 1.5 crores. My turnover exceeds 1.5 crores. When it exceeds 30th December 23. Now, from the day itself, I am lapsed from composition scheme. From the day itself, lapsed from. Last year, if the turnover below the limit, this year, eligible for composition scheme. This year, if any day exceed the limit, from the day itself, lapse. Then what about from 30th December 23 to 31st March 24? Normal schemes. Normal scheme. Last year, if the turnover below the limit, this year I am eligible for composition scheme in total. When? If this year turnover also below the limit. If this year any day if exceed the limit, lapse from composition. Now consider 23-24 previous year. Now what is the current year, sir? What is the current year? 24-25. 1st April 24 to 31st March 25. Is this year eligible or not eligible? Not eligible directly. Why, sir? Last year turnover exceed the limit. Out. Even this year 40 lakhs only turnover, not eligible. Now consider this year as previous year. What is the current year? 25, 26. 1st April 25 to 31st March 26. Is I am eligible for composition or not? Yes, eligible. Last year, what is the turnover? Below the limit or not? This year I am eligible. So keep in mind, composition scheme eligibility based on the previous year. Which year? If last year turnover below the limit, this year they are eligible for composition scheme. Totally. When, if this year also turnover below the limit, if this year, if any day is exceed the limit, from the day itself lapsed. Okay. Now 30th December to 31st March, composition scheme or normal scheme? Sir, last year 90 lakhs, sir. This year 30th December 23, we exceed the 1.5 crore, sir. 30th December 23 to 31st March 24, composition or normal? Now, lapse from the same day, but we need to file intimation of withdrawal within 7 days from the date of lapse. We need to file what, sir? Intimation of withdrawal within the option availed by registered person shall lapse from the day. Option availed by registered person shall lapse from the day in which aggregate turnover exceed the limit. 1.5 crores for normal states, 75 lakhs for special category states, 50 lakhs 10 to A. I'll explain separately. Wait. Intimation of withdrawal to be filed within pub. Now, generally, composition scheme person not allowed to claim the ITC. Not allowed to collect output tax from recipient. Required to pay output tax. Anybody in the class, you know reason why? No. I'll show. Sir, a roadside vendor from Koti, a roadside vendor, you know what they are doing? They will purchase a bags. Sir, keep in mind, composition scheme person cannot make interstate outward supply. But can make interstate inward supply. They cannot make what, sir? Interstate outward supply. They can make interstate. If go to Amirpet or Koti, they are getting the cloths, belts, bags, mostly from Mumbai, Rajasthan, Pune. They cannot make interstate outward supply. They can make interstate inward supply. Listen, the main point. Composition scheme person not allowed to claim ITC. Not allowed to collect output tax from recipient. But they required to pay the tax. Why? The reason. Interview also. Important one. They purchased a bag for rupees 100. They'll purchase a bag for rupees 100. From M, a person from Koti purchased a bag. How much it is? 100. What supply? Inward supply or outward supply? The tax rate 18%. How much it is? 18 rupees. To purchase the bag, how much he given? Person, Koti, composition scheme. He purchased a bag, 100 rupees, GST 18%, 18 rupees. Total how much he paid? 118 rupees. Now he sold the bag for 1000 rupees. Sir. For illiterate people, if they come, they used to sell for 1000 rupees. And the tax rate, 1%, sir. How much? Manufacturer, trader, how much? 1%. What is the tax rate, sir? 1% means 10 rupees. He required to pay input tax 18 rupees. He required to pay output tax 10 rupees. He is not allowed to claim ITC. Why? Because he having huge margins. Having huge margin. If you go to Amirpet, ask the belt price. They said 1000 and they will sell it for 300. You know at what price they are getting? 30 rupees. High margin. That is the reason government asked, you pay the input tax, not allowed to claim. Yes, you required to pay output tax, not allowed to collect from the recipient. Now from the person, yes, who purchased the belt, they are going to collect 1010 rupees or only 1000? 1010 rupees or only 1000? 1000? No. They required to pay output tax, not allowed to collect output tax from recipient. 1000 rupees only. That is the reason I said, person registered under composition scheme cannot collect output tax from the recipient. Not eligible to claim ITC, but they required to pay tax. They required to pay input tax. They required to pay output tax. Yes, they are not allowed to claim ITC. They are not allowed to collect output tax from recipient. Why? Because high margin. And they will not maintain all the records also. Now, composition scheme person, in spite of tax invoice, they will issue bill of supply. In spite of tax invoice, they will issue bill of supply. Next. Sir, if they are not eligible for composition scheme, provided they taken the benefits of composition scheme, penalty provisions are applicable. Penalty provisions are next. If the person registration composition, is composition, GST registration number, as you know, 15 digits, sir. How many digits? But on below the number, you need to mention composition taxable person. Wait. Yeah. This is the registration number. How many digits? 15 digits. First 2 state code. First 2 digit state code. Next 10 digit income tax PAN. Income tax PAN. Now, yes, number of registrations in a state. If they are doing 4 business in one state, they can go with 4 registrations or they can go with 1 registration. One state, 1 registration. Now, alphabet, check some digit. How many digits? 15 digits. If the person is a composition person, below the number they need to write like this: composition taxable person. If the person registration is composition, what he needs to do, sir? Below the number he need to mention it as composition taxable person. Okay. Now, composition scheme person not allowed to make interstate outward supply. They cannot sell to other state persons, but they can make interstate inward supply. Now, apply more concentration. Very tough concepts. Many persons are doing mistake in this. Many persons. Very, very, very important. Mostly, yes, you are in a wrong track regarding this. Apply full concentration regarding turnover in the state, aggregate turnover. Same, but different, sir. What is the different? Why different? I'll explain. Yes, very important. Earlier, not like that. Now, total changed. First listen. First learn aggregate turnover. Then I will explain turnover in the state. Sir, what is the difference between aggregate turnover in the state? First, aggregate turnover consider only for registration. Aggregate turnover consider only for turnover in the state to determine the taxability. Turnover in the state to determine aggregate turnover for what? Aggregate turnover to decide the eligibility of registration. Turnover in the state to determine the taxability. First, learn aggregate turnover definition, then turnover in the state. Hardly 15 minutes. Apply full concentration. aggregate turnover. First listen. Aggregate turnover includes, aggregate turnover excludes. Aggregate turnover includes, aggregate turnover excludes. First learn this. I will show the difference later. Turnover in the state. What is the purpose of aggregate turnover? To determine the eligibility of registration. To determine the eligibility of registration. What is the turnover in a state? To determine the taxability. Okay, includes all taxable supplies, exempt supplies, export supplies, interstate supplies under same pan. Same pan. Excludes GST. Recipient requires to pay tax under RCM. Yes, sir. Interest or discount on loans or advances. This is the aggregate turnover. First, not yet completed in total. Listen. Aggregate turnover includes all taxable supplies, exempt supplies, export supplies, interstate supplies under same pan, excludes GST, recipient required to pay tax under reverse charge, interest discount on loans and advances. Now, taxable supplies means liable to pay tax. Liable to pay tax. Exempt supplies means non-taxable supplies. Listen here, very different. Non-taxable supplies, nil rated supplies, wholly exempt supplies. While calculating aggregate turnover, you want to leave? Okay. Exempt supply, non-taxable supplies, nil rated supplies, wholly exempt supply. What is the difference between exempt and wholly exempt? Exempt, now exempted, wholly exempted, totally exempted. So, future also. So, all taxable supplies means liable to pay tax. Exempt supplies means non-taxable supply, nil rated supply, wholly exempt supply. Export supplies means zero rated supplies. So what is zero rated? Why zero rated? Now listen. Exports are of two types. Exports are of two types. India wants import or exports? Exports. Usually exports. Exports are of two types. With the payment of tax, without the payment of tax. With the payment of tax, yes, do the exports, pay the export duty. What the duty you paid, you are going to get as a refund. Second one, without the payment of tax, for that exporter need to submit bond plus LUT. LUT means letter of undertaking. How much government is going to get? Zero. With the payment of tax, they got the tax, but they refunded after the export. Without the payment of tax, they not get any tax, which means in both the cases they got zero. So exports are zero rated, but zero rated also taxable. Zero rated also considered taxable. Now, interstate supplies under same pan, we called distinct persons. Now, excludes GST, IGST, CGST, SGST, UTGST, and compensation cess. All excludes. Now, Recipient required to pay tax under reverse charge. 9.3 reverse charge notified cases. 9.4 reverse charge unregistered to registered. Now interest or discount on loans and advances. This is the definition of aggregate turnover. Aggregate turnover requires to decide the eligibility. Aggregate turnover requires to decide the eligibility. But, turnover in the state requires for taxability. This is the main point for exam this attempt. Turnover in the state required to decide taxability. Aggregate turnover decides eligibility. Okay. Aggregate turnover, any doubts? Now turnover in the state. We'll just see the difference. That's enough. Why aggregate turnover? Why aggregate turnover? To decide. Yes. What includes taxable supplies, exempt supplies, export supplies, interstate supplies under same pan. Yes. Excludes inward supplies, GST, interest discount on loans and advances. Exports means, as I said, non-taxable supply, nil rated supply, wholly exempt. Even supplies from 1st April also to be considered. Total turnover considered. Now, what is the difference between aggregate turnover and turnover in the state? Just see the difference. Export interstate supply not to be considered in the turnover in the state. What not to be considered, sir? Wait. Export interstate supply. Why, sir? Why? Why not to be considered? Now tell me who are not eligible for composition scheme. Non-taxable supply, interstate supply. Yes, a person dealing with ECO, CTP and RTP. Yes, notified goods manufacturer, person exceed the limit. Yes or no? Now tell me the definition of interstate supply. LOS, POS. LOS, POS. Two different states, two different union territories, one state, one union territory, import, export. Then we clearly states they are not eligible for composition scheme. But to determine the taxability, aggregate turnover it to be considered. Sorry, to determine the eligibility it to be considered. To determine the taxability not to be considered, sir. Got it? To determine the eligibility, these two to be considered. To determine the taxability not to be considered. Aggregate turnover, turnover in the state, same but different. Aggregate turnover for what? Eligibility. Turnover in the state for what? Taxability. Got it? Again, some other difference. Now, supplies from 1st April to turnover limit not to be considered. This is very confusing points, very confusing. Apply full concentration. Sir, generally, this year our turnover is 80 lakhs. How much, sir? 80 lakhs. And we are doing business in Bihar. Now, tell me the eligibility of Bihar in case of goods. What? Tell me in case of services. Bihar, they are doing services. What is the turnover limit? Bihar, 20 lakhs. Services 20 lakhs, goods 40 lakhs. Now see the clarity. From starting to 20 lakhs. Starting to 20 lakhs. Turnover not to be considered. Turnover not to be considered. From 20 to 50 lakhs. From 20 to 50 lakhs. Consider the tax rate 6%. From 50 lakhs. Consider the usual tax rate 18%. What they are saying means up to turnover limit to be excluded. Up to turnover limit to be excluded in the turnover in the state. Turnover limit means some state 10 lakhs, some state 20 lakhs, some state 40 lakhs. Now take Tripura. Tripura. What is the turnover limit, sir? 10 lakhs. If their services are 65 lakhs, from starting to up to 10 lakhs, no tax. Why? Because not included in the turnover. Not included in the turnover in the state. From 10 to 50, that is 40 lakhs, the tax rate is 6%. Beyond 50 lakhs, 15 lakhs, the tax rate is 18%. Which means up to turnover limit, in the turnover in the state excluded. Turnover in the state excluded. This is the main confusing point, sir. Now again, aggregate turnover full. After that I will show the differences. Very important, sir. Aggregate turnover includes all taxable supplies, exempt supplies, export supplies, interstate supplies under same PAN, excludes GST, recipient required to pay tax under reverse charge, interest discount on loans advances. This is the aggregate turnover. For what? To determine the eligibility. Now turnover in the state, what is the differences? These two to be excluded. In excludes, one to be added. One to be added. What is that one? Turnover up to eligibility limit. 1st April to turnover up to eligibility limit. That's it. In includes, 2 excluded. In excludes, 1 included. Now very important, that is tax rates. This one very important, sir. Now I am expecting from MCQ or direct question. See, earlier, even before 2 attempts, even I am a faculty, I used to say yes, the tax rates. In what way I explained and what is the change? I'll show. Business people are of 3 types. The taxes are weight, CGST, SGST, total, no IGST. Why? Not allowed to make any interstate supply. Not allowed to make any. Manufacturer and trader, earlier 0.5%, 0.5%, total 1%. I used to say. Service provider, restaurant and catering, others. Restaurant and catering 2.5%, 2.5%, 5%. Others 3%, 3%, 6%. This is incorrect. Even tax rate is same, that is incorrect. That is the main thing now. That's incorrect. Why incorrect? I will explain. Rates are same, sir, but turnover is changed. Aggregate turnover to decide what? Eligibility. Turnover in the state to decide what? Taxability. Now see what is the effect. Now manufacturer tax rate 0.5%, 0.5%, total 1%, sir, same, sir, wait. Trader 0.5%, 0.5%, 1%, sir, same, sir, wait. On what the tax is? Turnover in the state, na? Turnover in the state, na? For manufacturer, consider taxable plus exempt. Consider what? Taxable plus exempt. This is the aggregate turnover. Taxable plus exempt, both to be considered for manufacturer. Both to be considered for. But for trader, only taxable, exempt not to be considered. That is the main thing. That is the beauty of the subject. Aggregate turnover to decide eligibility. Turnover in the state to decide taxability. Rates are same. Manufacturer 0.5, 0.5, 1. But on what? But on what? Turnover in the state includes taxable plus exempt. Taxable plus exempt. But trader only taxable, sir. Only. That is a change. Only taxable. 1% on only taxable. If they are doing taxable plus exempt, consider only taxable. In case of manufacturer, consider taxable plus exempt. See the link, aggregate turnover, turnover in the state. There is some difference. Again, turnover in the state, taxable plus exempt. For manufacturer, only taxable for trader. Only taxable for, very important, very important. That is the reason I separated like this. Now in case of restaurant, as you know, 2.5, 2.5, 5. The same. Turnover plus taxable plus exempt. Yes, others also 3, 3. Taxable plus exempt. Always turnover in the state is same. Taxable plus exempt. But in case of trader, consider only. That's it, sir. I'm expecting this. That's it. Aggregate turnover, turnover in the state. Looks same, but not the same, different. In includes 2 excluded. In excludes 1 included. Again, the tax rates for others all taxable plus exempt. For trader only taxable. Now you got the subject. Now last 10 to A. Just for 5 minutes. We're going to close. If you want, you can see the problems also, or you can solve in your house. Not a problem. There is no problem in your material, but in my material I given CA problems. 10 to A. 10 to A. Sir, 10 to A applicable for whom, sir? Number 1, they are not eligible for 10.1, 10.2. First, they are not eligible for, what is 10.1? Normal state, sir. What is 10.2? Special state, sir. 10 to A applicable when they are not eligible for 10.1, 10.2. 10.1, 10.2. And in the last year, their turnover below 50 lakhs. When 2A, 10 2A applicable. 10 2A applicable. In which case, if 10.1 and 10.2 not applicable, and previous year turnover less than 50 lakhs, they are dealing with services. They are dealing with services. Then 10 2A applicable. When 10 2A applicable, if 10.1, 10.2 not applicable, previous year turnover less than 50 lakhs, they are dealing with services. Now their tax rate is 6%, sir. Now the tax rate is it. Total composition scheme only one section. 10. There are 3 subsections. 10.1 normal states 1.5 crores. 10.2 special states 75 lakhs. 10.2A they given 50 lakhs, but really 10.1, 10.2 not applicable, and previous year turnover less than 50 lakhs dealing with services. Then 10.2A applicable. The tax rate is 6%. That's it, sir. Now, if you wait for 10 minutes, we'll solve the problems also. In your book, there is no problem. That is highly useful. As I already said, 7A confirmed mostly. There are 5 problems, only 10 minutes. But use your full brains, not mug up skills. 28 states, 20, 40, not like that. Use whatever the procedure I said, follow that. Sultan and Sons, listen, sir. Sultan and Sons, a partnership firm based in Nagpur, Maharashtra. Nagpur, Maharashtra. Tell me what is the limit, Maharashtra? 40 lakhs to 1.5 crores. That's end. By seeing that, you are able to solve the question. A wholesaler in the product Q, product SP. Product P is taxable, product Q is exempt. He is running a partnership firm, a wholesaler in Nagpur, Maharashtra, dealing with 2 products. One is product P, another one product Q. Yes, within the state. Now, aggregate turnover in the previous year is 130 lakhs. Aggregate turnover in the previous year is 130 lakhs. The firm wishes to opt for composition scheme under 10.1, 10.2. 10.1 normal, 10.2 special based on the state. Its 10.1 is applicable. in the current financial year. However, the accountant is in the view, person engaged in the making of exam supply not eligible for said scheme. Discuss. Sir, there are two: aggregate turnover, turnover in the state. Aggregate turnover decides what, sir? Eligibility. In aggregate turnover, exempt included or not included, sir? Included. Last year, Nagpur turnover limit is what, sir? 40 lakhs to 1.5 crores. Last year, the turnover is 130 lakhs. This year, eligible or not eligible? Last year, the turnover below the limit. This year, eligible. Wow. Joshna, try to give answer for this. A person availing composition scheme under 10.1, 10.2 in Haryana. What is Haryana limit? 40, 1 point in case of goods. Crosses the turnover 1.5 crores in the month of December. Last year, the turnover below the limit. This year, in the month of December, they crosses the limit. Will he be allowed for composition scheme for remaining year, which means from December to March? Is allowed or not allowed? Last year, the turnover below the limit. This year, they are eligible for composition scheme. This year, if any day exceed the limit, from the day itself, they are lapsed from. That's it, sir. Yes, when they are lapsed, from the day when turnover exceeds the limit. And they required to file intimation of withdrawal within. That's it. Now, next question. Determine whether the suppliers in the following cases are eligible for composition levy. Under 10.1, 10.2. The turnover in the preceding year does not exceed 1.5 crores. Does not exceed 1.5 crores. Mohan Enterprises. Sir, many times they asked sir this question by changing the names. Mohan Enterprises engaged in trading pan masala in Rajasthan. First, tell me Rajasthan limit. Okay, below 1.5 crore last year, this year eligible. But they are dealing with pan masala. Wait, pan masala is a notified good or not? What are the notified goods? Ice cream, pan masala, tobacco, aerated water, building bricks, fly ash bricks, bricks of fossil mills, earthing and roofing tiles. But notified goods? Manufacturer. I said many times. Again you fooled. Who are not eligible for composition scheme? Non-taxable supply, interstate supply, dealing with ECO, CTP and RTP, notified goods. Who is? That's it. Out of task. Out. Next. Eligible or not eligible? Sugam Manufacturers has a registered office in Punjab and Haryana. Sells goods manufactured in the neighbor states. Interstate supply. If a person makes interstate supply, eligible or not eligible? Who are not eligible for composition? Non-taxable supply, interstate supply, dealing with ECO, CTP and RTP, notified goods manufacturer, turnover exceeds the limit. Now, Punjab and Haryana neighboring states, one state to another state, what supply, sir? Interstate supply, eligible or not eligible, sir? That's it, not eligible. Subramanyam Enterprises, last two. Subramanyam Enterprises has two registered places in Delhi. In Delhi, as I said, in a state they can go for multiple registrations or they can be with a single registration. Their aggregate turnover in the preceding year is 120 lakhs. And how much, sir? Wishes to pay tax under composition levy, one place, another place for normal levy. I said 1 lakh Miapur, 1 lakh Kairadabad. Sir, if same pan different registrations taken, all should be there under composition. One left the composition. That's it, sir. Last question. Last question. Measures United Electronics, a registered dealer supplying all type of electronic appliances in the state of Karnataka. Aggregate turnover in the preceding year by way of supply of appliances 120 lakhs. What is dealing, sir? electronic appliances, selling of goods. They started repair and maintenance service also. Along with the goods, they started. Who are there in the composition? Manufacturer, trader, service provider. But service provider only restaurant and catering. Others subject to limit. What is the limit? 10% of total turnover or 5 lakhs, whichever is higher. Last year their turnover is 120 lakhs. Yes, sir. Now, with reference to the provisions of CGST Act 2017, examine whether the firm can opt for composition scheme under 10.1, 10.2 in the current financial year. The turnover includes goods and services. Yes, if they are subject to limit. If the services are below the limit, they are not given any services. Now calculate the limit and leave. What is the limit? 10% of total. 120 lakhs into 10, 12 lakhs or whichever is higher. So limit is, if the repair services less than 12 lakhs, more than 12 lakhs. Now stay for 5 minutes. I'll revise total in brief the composition. Composition, it's a option. First, registrations are of two types. Normal composition, 10 lakh slab, Nagaland, Tripura, Manipur, Mizoram, NTM, 20 lakh slab. Some tap, Sikkim, Uttarakhand, Meghalaya, Telangana, Arunachal Pradesh, Puducherry. 40 lakhs for goods, 20 lakhs for services. Jammu Kashmir, Assam, Himachal Pradesh, others. There in that normal states are Telangana, Puducherry, others. Now, eligibility. Person whose aggregate turnover does not exceed 1.5 crores in the normal states, 75 lakhs in the special category states, in the preceding financial year can opt for composition scheme. Okay. In a composition, who are eligible? Manufacturer, trader, service provider. But service provider only restaurant and catering. Others subject to limit. The limit is 10% of total turnover or 5 lakhs, whichever is higher. If our service is below the limit, eligible. If our service is above the limit, not eligible. Non-eligibility. Person makes non-taxable supply, interstate supply. Yes, dealing with ECO, CTP and not TP. Notified goods manufacturer. Person exceeds the turnover limit. Notified goods are ice cream, pan masala, tobacco, aerated water, bricks, tiles, bricks, building bricks, fly ash bricks, bricks of fossil mills, tiles, earthing and roofing tiles. Next, the special points. If multiple registrations with the same PAN, all registrations must be there in the composition scheme. If one left the composition scheme, all should left the composition scheme. Last year turnover, if below the limit, this year they are eligible for composition scheme for total. If this year, if any day if exceeds the limit, from the day itself lapse from composition scheme. Now, composition scheme person can make interstate inward supply but cannot make interstate outward supply. Person there under composition scheme required to pay input tax but not allowed to claim ITC. Required to pay output tax but not allowed to collect from recipient. Okay. Though they are not eligible for composition scheme, they state they are eligible for composition scheme, liable for penalty or punishment. Or if they are composition registration person, under the registration number 15 digit, required to mention composition taxable person. Composition scheme person, in spite of issuing invoice, they will issue bill of supply. They will issue bill of supply. Now aggregate turnover in the state. Very main point. Aggregate turnover to decide eligibility. Turnover in the state to decide taxability. First learn the aggregate turnover. All taxable supplies, exempt supplies, export supplies, interstate supplies under same PAN. Excludes GST, inward supply in which recipient required to pay tax under reverse charge. Yes, interest loans, interest discount on loans or advances. This is the aggregate turnover. While turnover in the state, yes, export supplies, interstate supplies under same PAN excluded. Now, yes, in the exclude, yes, the 1st April turnover to up to turnover limit shall not be considered. Now, manufacturer tax rate